for example, in vaccines.
Dr. Gottlieb.
And I wonder what the implication of that is, not for tomorrow.
Good morning, retail traders.
In the United States.
Yeah, look, investment in vaccines is certainly being pulled back. There was a good New York Times article that documented a lot of this. I think it goes well beyond even what the New York Times captured last week in there.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Washboardjim trade stocks at dawn. He's got his eye on the charts till the night is gone. Patterns dance like a wild old song. Breakouts rip and dips of gold. He's got the secrets the wise ones hold. Three black holes in the morning light. Bull flags waving like they're gonna take flight. Washboardjim, yeah, he knew it. All right. How does he do it? How does he do it? Moving averages, they paint the tail up and down like a shipping gale. Catching the wind, he sets the sail. Green candles climb, the bears retreat. Jim's got rhythm, the markets beat. Three black holes in the morning light. Bull flags waving like they're gonna take flight. Washboardjim, yeah, he knew it. All right. How does he do it? How does he do it?
Dr.
All
Gottlieb.
mRNA vaccines that are in development in China. There's about 900
Dr.
vaccines in
Gottlieb.
development globally. 300 of them are in China. So we're hitting the brakes on this at the same time that China's hitting the gas pedal because they recognize this is
Three black holes
priority
in
to
the
have
middle
the
of the
vaccine
night.
industry as a hedge against situations like a future pandemic or a new disease.
Oh.
In the U.S., we're pulling back from those investments. And I think we're going to be sorry for that in the future when we need new vaccines to mitigate unknown risks.
Oh, yeah?
It's never perfect, Andrew. It's at 51% at best. I look at even the censorship in the last administration that sort of escaped most people in terms of complaining. You can always find something. Anyway, Dr. Scott, thank you.
Dr.
It's good to see you.
Scott.
There's some okay things happening in the world, aren't there, in general? Scott, you look like...
Well, look, I think what the Secretary is trying to do on the closing that grass loophole makes eminent sense. I just think it's going to be difficult to do through rulemaking. And I think what they're doing on baby formula is actually good reforms. I think there's some smart ideas.
Yeah, because they run out of baby formula under the Biden administration.
Let's take a quick look at futures right now. Dow up about 196 points. Nasdaq open higher.
Well, the market's open and we are green.
About 40 points. Want to get straight over to our good friend Dom.
Well, the market is open and we are green. Glory, hallelujah. I've been given a gift, you see. Market's green and open today. Dr. Gottlieb, what do you got to tell us? Well, medication is getting too high. Dr. Gottlieb, best doctor in the world. Dr. Gottlieb. Okay, I've been energized. Now I need to be winterized. Dr. Gottlieb.
but with a stake of roughly $1 billion.
Western Digital
which
cuts
it also
SanDisk
eventually
stake.
plans to sell as well. So keep an eye on Western Digital and SanDisk moving in opposite directions.
Well, I said it was way overbought, you idiots.
Okay, Don, thank you for that. We got a lot more coming up on Squawk this morning. The themes playing out in the markets right now, from AI to energy, and later this hour, a wide-ranging interview with U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York and former SEC Chair Jay Clayton. It's coming up at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time. You don't want to miss it. Squawk Box coming right back.
Yeah, I'll be back. What you got, dude?
Welcome back to Squawk Box. The AI story continuing to play out in the markets. Want to bring in Michelle Weaver, head of the U.S. Thematic Research at Morgan Stanley. Good morning. We keep talking about where we really are in this AI wave, and also who wins and ultimately maybe who loses. Are there more winners?
Oh, you're calling it, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. I think if it's such a big story, I think it's really something you have to break down into parts. So there's the AI enablers and the AI adopters. And so far, the majority of the returns over the last few years have been to the AI enablers, the people making the picks and shovels and allowing everything you need to put into a data center to be built. I think this year, though,
you're
we're
so
really
smart.
reaching an inflection point for AI adopters. Our tech team runs a great CIO survey, and 81% of companies expect to have at least one AI product live by the end of this year. So we're moving past that test case phase into the live production phase, and so I think we're really at an inflection point here.
So here's the question. You do research yourself?
Yes.
Still?
Yes.
Yeah, how many people work with you on that research?
We've got about 5 people.
Okay, you have 5 people.
Too many.
In 2 years,
You only
from
need
now,
one.
Do you think you will need all 5 people to work with you?
No.
I think I'll still need them, but we're becoming a lot more efficient. So, for
Okay.
example, you want to talk about research, what I do
Right.
in my day-to-day. I've spent a lot of time, writing, cleaning up text, making sure everything sounds great for our clients. but I have a decade of research built up. So I can say, okay, let me upload this and
Right.
see, match my style, here are my bullets, here's my rough draft, here's all my ideas, help me fix this up and help me make this into a full research report. So that's really helpful when I don't have to spend
Right,
so much
and so the
time.
question though becomes, in the free time you now have
Yeah.
or will have that wasn't being used before, is that just going to make your research better because you're going to spend the rest of that time somehow digging through other things you haven't dug through? Is it going to mean that you don't need all of the help that you had before because it's a more efficient process? How do you think that that gets divvied up? To me, that
Yeah.
actually, whatever the answer is the fundamental answer to this larger question about what happens more broadly.
Yeah. So to the broader question, it's AI augmentation versus automation. I think my role and my team's role is really about augmentation. It's making us more efficient. It's allowing us to go deeper. It's allowing us to cover more themes, do more with the same amount of time we have. In certain roles, though, to your point, they are more subject to AI automation. So areas where we are seeing more of that automation happening
Right.
are within customer service, computer programming, where models can handle a lot of these tasks.
Are you a believer that SaaS companies, software as a service companies, break down because ultimately we're all just vibe coding our own programs that basically do the same thing and maybe even do it better?
So that's clearly what the market has been pricing. We've seen a ton of pain in the software world so far this year, but I mean, our software analyst is still constructive on the space. There's a lot of implementation that has to happen, and so they think that Gen AI is actually an opportunity for software companies. They can leverage AI, because if you're a company, you know, you can vibe code all you want. For a huge organization, you need help on the implementation. You need wrappers. You need someone.
Right, but the question is, who's the winner of that? Is that is that Salesforce or is that Accenture? And the reason, you see the difference?
Yeah.
Because it may be that you ultimately hire some outside company that historically has helped you integrate all of
Yeah.
these services, and instead of them integrating these services for you, they end up writing the programs for you.
Yeah, so unfortunately, I can't talk single names here, so I can't
Okay.
say, you know, exactly who the winners and losers are, but I still think you do need software companies. I still think you do need enterprise software. I think there will be winners. Yes, there may be some losers that get disintermediated, but I still do think there are winners within the software space, and it's not something that should just be totally left.
Right. It's nice to see you. Thank you.
Nice to see you.
We'll see.
All right, coming up, Paramount getting a week now to improve its offer. For Warner Brothers Discovery, we're going to get into the merger drama with Lightshed's Rich Greenfield. That's next.
Time now for today's AFLAC trivia question. Where were the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights stored during World War II? The answer when Squawk Box returns. And now the answer to today's Aflac trivia question. Where were the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, and the Bill of Rights stored during World War II? The answer? Fort Knox.
Warner Brothers Discovery reopening talks, takeover talks with Paramount for 7 days after receiving a waiver from Netflix. Our Julia Borson sat down with Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos.
This deal is not only the best deal for them, it is also the most simple deal. Shareholders will get $27.75 a share plus the value of Discovery Global. That is true. That was true from the very first filing. Again, Peace Guy flooding the zone with misinformation, creating a bunch of what ifs and scenarios that are very wild. And even in any end of that range, let alone the top end of that range, the most likely outcome is there no adjustment at all.
Joining us now, Rich Greenfield, Lightshed Partners co-founder. Your latest blog, Rich, good to see you, is that at this point, the Warner Brothers $30 bid, obviously they, or the Paramount bid, they think that that is still superior to where Netflix is. Is Discovery Global worth anything at this point? Do you add it on to 27?
Well, first of all, $27.75, and you have to add it on, Joe. I mean,
how much?
These are, I mean, look, the reality is, you know, unlike Versant, where I think, you know, the team at Versant very much wants to build and grow, and Brian Roberts and the Roberts family are still controlling shareholders with super voting stock. Discovery Global is going to have no controlling shareholder. It's going to have a stepped up tax basis from the spin out. And I honestly believe every piece of it is for sale. So there are lots of people that would like to control CNN, probably to reprogram CNN. There are lots of people that would love to own the sports rights that are embedded within Turner. There's also international sports rights, like the Olympics. Milan right now is on Eurosport across Europe. So I think you can imagine lots of buyers for these assets. But it's funny, Joe, the most interesting buyer for Discovery Global after the spin-out would actually be Paramount. You know, the thing that we can't comprehend is Paramount is out there saying this Discovery Global spin is worthless, and they're saying that there's no chance that Netflix can get approval. Well, if that's true, why are they trying to buy it and sort of bid up? Right now they're in this aggressive bidding war. If they raise, Netflix probably raises. But if they just have patience, they can buy, in their minds, they'll be able to buy Discovery Global far cheaper than where they're buying it inside of Paramount, or sorry, inside of Warner Brothers today. And if the deal gets blocked, they can just simply buy Warner Brothers, the studio assets, and HBO in a year. I don't understand the rush at all.
So, Rich, after last week, the Warner Brothers Board of Directors, in your view, still believes the Netflix bid is better than the $30 bid from
and there's a key reason for that, Joe, and it's not just the value of Discovery Global. There's a big piece of this that I think is splitting the company. So the view, you know, Joe, you've seen Trump flip-flop on lots of issues before. I mean, just look at what happened with Nexstar Tegna, where he went from not wanting it to liking it all in the span of a few months. I think the Warner board fundamentally believes that splitting Warner Brothers into Warner and HBO and then Discovery Global creates value. Like there is value creation by having two separate companies. The Paramount bid prevents that. And so I think in order to prevent the split, they're going to have to pay a substantial premium to just what the Netflix bid plus Discovery Global is. So that compensating for not splitting, I think is a big deal. And so, and not to mention, Joe, I think Netflix will raise if Paramount raises by, you know, let's call it $2 to $3.
What do you mean by people want to reprogram CNN? You mean so that the other half of the country might turn it on at some point? So there is a problem at this point. It's just not pressure from the Trump administration. Is there a problem with CNN's programming?
Well, let me step back, Joe. Do you think there are issues with broadcast television news? I mean, you've seen what's happened at CBS.
That's what I say. There are major problems. If you book 90 liberal guests for every one conservative guest, that's your prerogative. You're able to do that. That's fine. You are an arm of the DNC. That's fine too. If you want to run your business that way. But I just don't think it should be surprising when there's some pushback.
Well, so you're sort of making your own case, Joe. do you think there's going to be plenty of bidders for CNN? So like if Discovery Global spins out.
Not if it stayed the way it was, no.
No, but if you basically said, hey, anybody can buy CNN, you can do what you want to it, right? Like, you know, if you're Nexstar and you have more of a conservative bias, if you're, I mean, think about all.
What about just the middle of the road bias that John Malone asked for? Just something that's not a, you know, just part and parcel of the democratic machine.
Joe, there are lots of buyers for these assets. If, you know, whether they trade well in the public markets. I mean, I know you and Andrew, I saw you the other day sort of talking about the, you know, how Versant's been trading. Look, I get that, you know, Versant has not traded well, but I don't think Versant is out there trying to sell CNBC. I think CNBC would be worth far more than where Versant is trading today if it was put up for sale. I think that's exactly what's going to happen with Discovery Global. If it spins out, I don't think it survives as a standalone very long.
Rich, help maybe answer this question. In the 6 o'clock hour, Joe and I were having a conversation. Joe made a point that Netflix's shares, and maybe we can put them up on the board, have fallen, I don't want to say by half, but by a lot, basically
by half.
since the summer. I don't know if we're at half.
Well, 134.
134.
Yeah.
Do you look at that and say that that is an indictment, as Joe has tried to suggest?
Are there other things going on in the business?
I was saying that there are other things going on in the business. Joe was saying that he believes that the stock is falling.
Is it a market check? Is it a market check?
As a market check on this deal.
On the deal.
Which is basically, you're saying it's the indictment of the deal.
I'm saying, or I ask the question, or are there other, I ask you, are there other things in the company going?
Rich is a professional analyst of this
If you
sector.
two
What
want
do
to
you
spar,
say?
I feel like I should just let you two spar. It's good television.
Both. Obviously, it's a little bit of both.
But look, obviously, you guys have both seen that the market has come down pretty dramatically. I mean, look at what's happened to the AI bubble. You can look at Oracle stock over the last, call it 6 months. Like, there has definitely been deflation. I mean, look at Spotify shares. I mean, there's been companies putting up very strong results, still seeing the market sort of re-rate them. I think there is growing fear over how technology changes these companies. Netflix growth has, I think there is fear that they, in terms of engagement concerns, and that's probably part of the reason, they'll deny it, but I think there is certainly a part of this that is, hey, if we can buy Warner Brothers, we can accelerate our engagement, especially compete more aggressively against YouTube, which is an increasing competitor, not just to Netflix, but to this entire space right now. And so I do think it's a combination, Andrew. This is not just about the deal. There were already concerns about slowing growth, and I think in many ways this deal has sort of highlighted people's concerns that Netflix needs to grow engagement faster. And I think that is, if you think about it, the next few years, if they're able to buy Warner Brothers and really invest in it, because this is not about cost cutting. I mean, I think that's a key point. This is not about cost cutting. This is about accelerating investment in programming.
I just remember the take, and I was not necessarily positing my own opinion. There were people that said, you look at Netflix's EBITDA, or wherever they get their earning, and you look at what's going to be additive from if they succeed with this deal, and it's like a fraction of their regular business, but it could be a major amount of headache and management issues and integration, and it was just put forth that what they're paying and what they're getting, is it worth it, rather than just staying the way it is right now. And that was my point, that I think that the market bore that out.
I think Netflix, more than any company I've followed, is really sort of has that founder mentality. I don't think they care in the short term what investors really think. Like, they've suffered through meaningful stock pullbacks in the past and invested for the long term. Like, they have made some big, bold, strategic decisions that even seem like they went against their religion. Like, just like they said they never buy something
So this
huge
makes
like
sense.
this.
They need this. You think they need this for
I don't think it's about need. I think this is
It'll
a
help.
huge opportunity if they can succeed and get it. Again,
Rich,
at a reasonable price.
I
I'm
got
not
a
going to
different
chase it, I don't think.
I got a different one for you. So we were having a conversation about Colbert earlier today, and this story about the candidate in Texas. And the question that I have for you is whether you believe that when Paramount's lawyer tells Colbert, this either an equal time rule or you can't do this unless you're going to bring someone else on, that is a reminder, effectively of sorts, to the administration that Paramount is going to be, quote unquote, loyal, if you will, and that's what this is all a level of signaling, or do you think it's literally just routine day of the lawyers would do this normally?
Look, I think there's two things that sort of jump off the page. One is, you know, all of these rules for broadcast TV are antiquated. I mean, even retransmission consent, like all of these rules, Andrew, that we're talking about, this is crazy how antiquated all of these are when we have this thing called the internet. And I think Colbert even proved that, right? Like this whole idea that there is a difference in terms, you know, you have the broadest reach mechanism, the internet. Why is TV subject to these specific rules doesn't make a lot of sense anymore. I mean, look at the way candidates use the internet to reach their constituents. It has more value today than television. And so I think there's that really important point that everyone should think about. But then, you know, look, in terms of what was actually said behind the scenes, and this is sort of a he said, she said in between the producers over at CBS and Colbert, I don't actually know what the actual words that transpired are. You know, I think the reality is there's been this exception for a long time, but I think all of the broadcast networks, you know, appear to be taking a more cautious stance because they're under pressure from the government. And so, look, they're all trying to figure out and navigate this new road.
It wouldn't even occur to Colbert, and maybe that's fine, to invite this really competent opponent that this person is going to have, not for equal time, but just the notion, why not have her on? She's an accomplished African-American woman down in Texas. Wouldn't even occur because she's a Republican.
Joe,
and it's 90 Democrats for every Republican.
Joe,
they got Jasmine Crockett,
Joe,
one after another.
Typically when
That's fine if you
typically
want
when
to.
a guest says that something's happening under pressure from the government,
Look, Andrew,
you recoil and have a heart attack
No, that's
on
not
the
true.
stage.
Listen,
Because the idea
just
that
heard
the-
Rich say CNN has to be reprogrammed. They all need to be reprogrammed.
But
People don't want to watch this.
Let the markets decide this. That's
The
what
market hasn't decided for a while because of who's running it.
What does that mean? The market hasn't decided
market-
for a
the mar-
while because of who's running it. And so you'd like the government.
If they had a million viewers now down from 10
You
million.
used to tell me that the government shouldn't be
I'm not saying
involved
the
in your
government
business.
should. That's true. It shouldn't.
Where you tell me about the DMV, you tell me about the post office,
Rich,
you tell
would
me
you,
about all these
would you
terrible
reprogram?
things.
Would you reprogram CBS at where it was at this point?
I think there's lots of, you know, whether it's overt or, you know, subtle bias, there's no doubt that everyone would benefit from more points of view. I don't think that is I think both of you would agree, the more points of view on all issues, the better for understanding what's happening.
It's
No,
90 to
but I
1.
understand. But I will just take it a step further. We have this thing that gives unlimited points of view from all over the world. It's called the internet. And so it's just sort of crazy to me that in 2026 we're talking about these very specific rules on TV that don't apply anywhere else.
And Twitter, which almost didn't give us unvarnished, unbiased news in the last administration until it was bought by you. And no one said a word about what Mark Zuckerberg was pressured to do, whether it was the laptop, the lab, whether it was the Biden dementia, whatever it was.
Well,
there wasn't a
Joe,
peep from most people
Joe,
about that censorship.
If Netflix buys Warner Brothers and HBO, I have no doubt that within 12 months, you're going to see CNN end up in somebody else's hands. I don't think they want to run any of those assets long term. And so the type of change you're probably hoping for, my guess is happens in a scenario where those assets at Discovery Global are broken up and sold.
Yeah. And is Barry Weiss going to be at CBS a year from now? I mean, the dead enders, man, have it out for her. I don't think she can last. It's just,
Look,
it's like when they tried to change
Ellison,
CNN, they got rid of one guy. They got rid of Don Lemon and John Harwood, and the world almost ended.
If David Ellison has a plan, we want to see him really execute on that plan, and that's exactly why I wouldn't overpay. Paying 35 to 40 for Warner Brothers seems crazy when he can buy the pieces cheaper in a year.
Right.
If he really believes that.
Well, at least we have Republicans and Democrats on. You want to do that, right? You don't.
I like it.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, then talk to your peers and tell them to.
But that's not. But
give
that's
the other
their
side
choice.
something to watch.
Their choice. What do you mean give
tell
them
a few
choice?
jokes.
There's something called the
Tell a
internet.
few jokes.
You can get it all.
Tell a few jokes instead of
get it
just
all.
virtue signaling.
Unbelievable.
Thanks, Rich. Squawk, squawk.
I love you too. This is great.
Coming up in just a moment, a conversation you don't want to miss with U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York and former SEC Chair Jay Clayton. He's going to be with us right after the short break. Welcome back to Squawk Box. AI is upending almost every aspect of corporate America and life as we know it, but rapidly changing technology is also raising all kinds of legal issues. For example, what happens when a bot steals and misuses personal information? Joining us right now is Jay Clayton, U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York and former SEC Chair. Good morning to you. I was just with a bunch of researchers, AI researchers last week, who were showing me how ClaudeBot, which is now I think called OpenClaw, works, which effectively is this sort of ability to basically just have your computer go off. You give it passwords and to all of your stuff, and it can literally act on your behalf. This is still a little hobbyist at the moment, but you could see 12 months from now what this could look like, and therefore to me raises all sorts of questions about how I just introduced this segment, because these computers are going to be operating on my behalf and doing things, some good and maybe some very, very bad.
I think that's the question we should all be asking ourselves about these bots. In America, we have a great deal of consumer protection. You guys were talking about free markets and the like. We try to have markets as free as possible with guardrails to protect consumers.
Right.
One thing is when you give your information to somebody, whether it's your broker, your doctor, somebody like that, they have a duty to you under law to only do with that information, in a lot of cases, what's good for you.
Right.
You give it to a bot, and the bot sells it to somebody else, the bot uses it against you, where's your recourse? If your broker steals your information and does something like that, you can go to court. If your doctor does something wrong, you can go to court. We have all sorts of things. We have the Federal Trade Commission. We have all these.
And so where do you think the
common
liability ultimately lies? Does it lie with the large language model companies? Does it lie with the individual who's operating the bot or who's permissioning the bot?
this is one of the most profound legal and regulatory questions we have right now. Are we going to go with the DeFi folks, the decentralized, like, you know what, caveat emptor, you give your information to a bot, you're on your own, good luck you. We're not going to do that. We may experiment with that. The American consumer will not accept that. You will not accept a situation where a bot takes your information and sells it to somebody to use against you, right? Like, that's not acceptable, right? So are we going to do it through the courts? And, are we at the DOJ, the Southern District, going to go and sue people? That's a very inefficient way on its own to deal with this.
So what is the answer?
We do need Congress to engage on this issue. Now, I'm not saying they failed. Let's go with the platforms. How did we start regulating the platforms? We looked at the platforms and said they're just like the town square. You know what? Super. They provide a forum for people to get together and exchange ideas. The platforms are not the town square anymore. The platforms, they own the car dealership, they own the brokerage, they own all of these things, and they direct you there. They're no longer the town square. It's time to recognize the functions that they play and regulate them accordingly.
You got to remember the Trump administration and the previous one. The FCC, in the view of some people, is being weaponized by the Trump administration to silence, I guess, a point of view and to actually mold broadcasts, what late night shows, 60 Minutes. CBS at this point is compromised and can't do what it wants to do because it is trying to signal to Trump that it's playing ball. Are you worried about First Amendment freedom given what happened with Stephen Colbert?
I look...
You should quit this administration. Is that what you would suggest for him?
I'm not suggesting anything.
Okay, well, what would you... Okay, but how... You think this is really egregious and serious?
No, I think I think what's happening right now is there are television companies and media companies and other companies in the country that are trying to signal to this administration that they are playing ball or not playing ball or this or that in ways that they haven't before. And you could argue, I know you like to go back in time, that during the Biden administration, Facebook and others...
Back in time, I'm just not a hypocrite.
Hold on, but here's the hypocritical part. If you believe that Biden should not have been pressuring the tech companies, which he was, and did so, I would argue, incorrectly and unfairly, you should also believe that this administration shouldn't be pressuring companies over the same types of things just on the other side. And so where do you land there? We were talking about the Colbert situation as of last night, but there's a whole bunch of things in this space.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the pressuring, because the argument people make when they don't want government interference of any kind is, oh, these platforms are deregulated, don't get in. The government did interfere, and that was bad. Okay, like we all look back at that and say, "Oh no, take that down."
No, forget that. We're in the present now.
Okay.
You're going back in time and you're doing whataboutism. What about now?
Now and now.
Good for you, Joe Kernan. Keep going.
Okay, and also
channeling you.
I mean, when you take AI,
right,
and you are a broadcast network, or you splice,
to
clearly mislead, that's why we have an FCC, and we've had that too. We have had like what the BBC did in terms of splicing.
Inappropriate.
Like,
I agree.
Like, because we need to have. I have great trust in this network. Like I love what happens here.
You're on CNBC.
Free market,
but do broadcast networks have a is it their responsibility to book both sides on a late night TV show, or can they book 90 liberals and 0?
Let's.
Does the free market allow them to program late night TV the way they have?
We are now evolving. The regulation was built up when you had what, 3 networks and public broadcasting,
right?
And there was a real fear that what you would have was that kind of bias, and we did have regulation to deal with that.
Right.
What we're doing now is saying, how do we administer that in today's world? And I think I love this debate, because if you do look at the media, and I would say traditional media,
right,
and you say, what's their political affiliation? This is a free market thing for me to say. It is way skewed to one side.
Right.
And we should be asking ourselves, is that okay?
Well, but here's the question. the idea of is that okay is an interesting question.
Yeah.
And the question is whether the government is supposed to have a role in is that okay versus the marketplace deciding is that okay.
Did the government, here's the question,
Right?
what happened to the marketplace? Was this a choice that just consumers want 90-10?
No.
Or was, I'm just, look,
Right.
these are the questions.
That's a fundamental question, but I think part of, what was the great quote when Ronald Reagan says, the worst 11 words in the world,
I'm the government and
I'm the government and I'm here to help you.
In this
And so the question is whether you
doesn't
want the
like it.
government either putting any kind of pressure on that, right, on that frame. That's the question.
Okay, well, we saw
Right.
a tremendous amount of pressure on social media, directly from the White House in the Biden administration.
Right.
Like breathtaking.
Right.
So
But I don't recall a time when the Justice Department has been used, or individuals of the administration have been used to sue journalists and media companies and the like, and that's the question in this moment, especially in light of this Netflix.
And we do have a civil system. One thing that is also Americans should recognize, and why it's appropriate for the government to look at this holistically, is when you're a public figure, the media gets a huge break in how they treat you.
Right.
Like, I'm a public figure.
Yeah.
You know what? As long as you're not intentionally
Right.
trying to harm me,
But if
you can say all sorts of terrible things about me.
But if we agree that what happened in the Biden administration was coercive and inappropriate, I think we would also agree that potentially what's happening now is a coercive and inappropriate.
And that's exactly the kind of we don't have these conversations.
Would you agree with
in
that?
Context. What's that?
Do you agree that this is coercive in the same way
I don't think that this is the same thing.
Well, then that's what you need to say. Mr.
I just said it. I don't think
Okay.
it's the same thing.
And it's not the same thing. Why?
It's not people calling up and threatening behind the scenes.
It's threatening in front of the scenes?
It's out. It's out in the open. It's how does
Right.
this is the wonderful thing about America. We are having this discussion right now. When it was happening in the Biden administration, there was no discussion because it was all in the back room.
Okay, let me ask you a separate question, and it actually relates to the Epstein files. Since I last saw you, you were here. We
We're
talked
going
about
from one easy one to another.
always the hard stuff. Since those files have come out, there's been a number of people that have been, I don't want to say implicated, but that have been impacted in a unique way. So I'm thinking, by the way, Casey Wasserman, for example, who runs Wasserman's a management agency
Or the
in
Pritzker
Hollywood.
guy, or
Pritzker.
the UK politician.
There's a whole bunch of people who had what I would describe as emails that, at worst or best, were unattractive. Let's say it doesn't seem, at least from any of the emails that I've seen in these cases you just mentioned, that there was illegal activity taking place with young women or other things like that. But there were emails that painted them in a very negative light, and people could look at that and question all sorts of things about them. And some of them have lost their jobs. In the Wasserman case,
you're saying Trump had similar smoking gun emails, or is that where you're going with this?
No, my question is, I think he raised some important questions the last time he was on about the implications of these emails coming out and whether they should come out, whether they shouldn't come out, whether all these things have been investigated, whether they all haven't been investigated. And I think we're all trying to understand where this story goes. And I'm curious what you think of just the public reaction. Peter Attia, by the way, his emails were unattractive. There have been, and how the public should think about that, and how you think about that as a prosecutor.
Well, I said this last time, I'll say it again, which is, in general, not just in general, in almost every situation, we do not release raw investigative files.
Right.
Because you have things that are out of context, you have things that are, allegations that were never run down. Like I said last time I was here, there are allegations in those emails that with 10 minutes of investigative work, you can say they're totally baseless. And we don't do that for lots of reasons. But I want to take one step back, and that is, if you said to me, Jay, I'm going to give you 50% more prosecutors tomorrow, I would say a third of them on violent crime, gun-toting gangs in the city. I'd put some of them on national security, but I would devote a whole lot of them to sex trafficking, pornography inviting minors. The fact that this was going on is not unique. We have had, I asked my team, we've had 20 cases since I started at the Southern District that involve sex trafficking, child exploitation, and the like, and it's all walks of life.
Right.
And if there's, I'll come back to your specific question about the fallout on people, but if there's a general fallout from this, it's that this is a much bigger problem in society than we recognize, and we need to do something about it.
So you were earlier saying we could take solace at both sides. There's only two sides, but at least both sides are represented. So we have free and fair elections, and we know what happens when you have state-run media. It's not a free election, obviously. Are we at a point where there are enough conservative-leaning entities to offset what is a fairly pervasive legacy media slant to the left? I'm talking Fox News, maybe the op-ed pages of the Wall Street Journal, versus everything else. All the newspapers, all the broadcast networks, CNN, MSN, ABC, CBS, NBC. Is it fair now? Do we get? Are you surprised Trump could get elected, given all the things that we? I think it's so skewed.
If you go, first of all, I want to go back to the Epstein files for a second. But if you just to answer, I'll answer it for you.
Okay.
Which is if you look at the viewership of Fox, Newsmax, Nexstar, Sinclair, you go through all of those things.
Those are all also reds, and Fox was the only place, Andrew. It collated all the places.
If you look at legacy radio, by the way, talk radio. If you look, if you add all of those viewers, listeners up, and then you were to look at the viewers, listeners to, if you think that CNN and MSNBC and or MS Now, all of those things, if you think those are on the liberal side,
CBS,
I actually think the math is not necessarily on your side.
Fair?
I think it's actually probably a lot closer to being even. And even if you take that away, you do have this thing called the internet, and people are wild. They're all over the place on all sides.
I'll give you two answers. I'm going to go back to the AI and the bots. One of my fears, in addition to what happens with your information and how do they use it against you, is this a winner-take-all market, or maybe a two winners take all? And do we end up with AI driving thought and opinion to one poll or another, or only a single poll like that? So that's a risk.
Go back to Epstein, because I just want to understand about the fallout in terms of people that are either losing their jobs or things, all sorts of things are happening, and people want to know, where does this go? Are there actually going to be more investigations as a result of the stuff being public? Has the last 5 years, did the DOJ have all this information and has looked through everything, and this is just, we're now all seeing it, and this is just the end of the story? What do you think is where you are?
Here's what I can say, and I'm saying it loudly. If people have new information, additional information, people have looked through these files. This is, like I said, an incredibly unique experience in American justice.
Right.
Come see us. Contact the FBI.
Right.
Contact the Southern District, and come bring that information to us. We saw the survivors standing up. I am engaged. My office is engaged with counsel for survivors.
We've got 30 seconds, Jay. It's a hard out. So what about the other thing?
And if there's new information, we're going to run it down.
Right.
And we're going to answer some other question too. You said you were going to answer the other. So we're okay.
No, we're not. We are not okay, Joe. I worry. Let's map this to academia.
Think about academia. Think about that.
We should ask ourselves what happened in academia that 90% of academia has a political point of view that is left of center or far left of center. What happened? Is that the right result?
Right.
How did it happen?
And
we should be asking ourselves
throw mainstream media in with that.
Because it's a highly, highly regulated industry.
All right.
Jay,
thank you.
Good to see you.
Mark Fox will be right back. You got to resign.
Come right back after this. It's 8 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box right here on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin along with Joe Kernan. Becky is off today. Take a look at today's top stories. Big funds making some big moves in the fourth quarter. Those include Berkshire Hathaway cutting its stake in Amazon by more than 70% and adding a stake in the New York Times. This is Bill Ackman's Pershing Square boosting its stake in Amazon by more than $865 million, or 65%. And then SanDisk now says that Western Digital is selling over $3 billion of its stake, unloading nearly 6 million shares at an 8% discount. Western Digital will retain about $1 billion worth for now. And U.S.-Iran nuclear talks continue, with Iran citing progress on guiding principles, but no deal yet. Vice President J.D. Vance saying both sides will meet again and says military action is still an option. We've got a big show ahead, and we've got a big guest ahead. NEC Director Kevin Hassett's going to be our special guest. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box returning after this.
A study by the New York Federal Reserve claims 90% of the tariff burden is being shouldered by U.S. firms and consumers, but the White House disagrees. Joining us now, White House National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett. This will be, Kevin, good to see you. This will be a continuation of a discussion we had yesterday with Ambassador, with our trade representative, Jameson Greer, and we talked about whether something's regressive. But we'll try to get into all of this. And we saw an inflation number last week, 2.4%. If it is being shouldered by U.S. firms and consumers, U.S. firms are eating some of it, or consumers it's being offset by something else, whether it's lower gas prices or something else, because just in the numbers themselves, that doesn't hold water.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, the paper is an embarrassment. It's, I think, the worst paper I've ever seen in the history of the Federal Reserve System. The people associated with this paper should presumably be disciplined, because what they've done is they've put out a conclusion which has created a lot of news that's highly partisan, based on analysis that wouldn't be accepted in a first semester econ class. The bottom line is that if you're wondering, like, who bears the burden of something, of a tariff, then you remember, Joe, you got supply curves, demand curves, you shift them around, you got consumer surplus, you got producer surplus, and then you look and see how it all works out in the end. And they're basically only looking at changes in prices. So they're assuming that quantities don't move at all. But guess what? Quantities did move at all. So the basic theory of President Trump's tariffs is that we're importing stuff from China, but we got producers in the US that make the same stuff, maybe at a slightly higher price. If we bring the stuff home, create the demand at home, then that will hurt China and drive up wages in the US, and American consumers will be better off. So what have we seen? Prices have gone down, inflation is down over time. Import prices dropped a lot in the first half of the year and then leveled off, and real wages were up $1,400 on average last year, which means that consumers were made better off by the tariffs. And so consumers couldn't have been made better off by the tariffs if this New York Fed analysis was correct. It's really just an embarrassment.
But
I can't imagine who signed off on it, frankly.
But in the best case scenario, it's something in the middle, that maybe there are some exporters that have to cut prices, and therefore it lessens the impact of some of the tariffs. But there are certainly importers in this country that are paying some of the tariffs. And I'm not saying, my discussion yesterday was, normally Democrats would be fine with corporations in this country somehow providing revenues to the U.S. government to be used to reduce the deficit, which is what is happening with some of these tariff revenues. But then we get to the sticky point about whether, when it hits consumers, whether it's regressive. And that's where Jameson Greer made the point that a lot of consumption is skewed to the high end. It's not necessarily going to affect low end, but it does affect low end people, Ken, because it's less services, it's things like food and other things that they have to have, and as a percentage of their income, it is probably, it hurts them more than some of the high end consumers. Is it not regressive, the tariffs? Because they'll concede to you that taxes, yeah, let's raise taxes through tariffs, if that's what it is, but don't make it regressive.
What we've been doing is by congressional district, we've been looking at how much more money people have to spend because they're buying the normal bundle of goods that they need to survive, and how much money people have gained in the last year because incomes have gone up because of all of our great policies which are causing a business boom. And almost without exception, when you go look at it, incomes are up way more than the cost of living. And that's the real wage gain that this silly Fed study neglects to mention. And so the bottom line is that Trump policies are meant to onshore production and create jobs. And those jobs that we're creating are not for Jeff Bezos, they're for the people who didn't have a job before. And so they're by definition the people at the bottom. And our policies are working. They're very clearly working in the data.
I guess at the very least, would you concede that there are global imbalances being addressed by the tariffs? That's one of the rationales for why the president put them in. But there are some negative ramifications for what happens in the United States. At least you'd concede that.
Well, there will be anecdotes. For example, there'll be a company that has a part that comes from China.
Some price pressure. There was an article yesterday, and not all the articles are wrong, that criticize what's happening with tariffs. I mean, some of these companies do plan to raise prices in response to some of the tariffs, which makes inflation harder to get down to 2%.
Right. But it's interesting, right, that everybody said that with these large tariffs that we'd have runaway inflation and stagflation, and as you rightly point out, we've had very strong economic growth and inflation going closer and closer to the target. And now it is true that we're seeing news stories that people say, well, we've held off on raising prices because of the tariffs, but we're going to have to now. I guess the question is everybody going to do that, or are some people going to do that, and the people who do that, are they going to lose customers to the folks who don't? That's what happened last year. I expect that's what's going to happen this year too.
Right. Hey, Kevin, when you do your own modeling of just how the economy will look over the next 12 months, how do you model whatever you think the AI implications are into all of this?
Sure. What I like to do is I like to start out with a guesstimate of aggregate supply and then a guesstimate of aggregate demand, and then see how they go. And so on aggregate supply side, I think we're growing at about 3% productivity. I think we're maybe getting 1.5% out of capital stock growth, the new factories, and maybe 0.5% or so out of workers and workers being more productive. And so that gets you aggregate supply to sort of 5, which is a really, really strong aggregate supply number. I think aggregate demand is probably running, given what government's doing, maybe around 7. And so I think that we are probably looking at a 2% inflation, a 5% growth, something like that. But we'll wait and see. It's really early in the year. But generally speaking, the productivity gains that we've seen have been very consistent. They've been in the 3s, and when you have productivity growing in the 3s, it's really hard not to have GDP growth that's north of 4.
This will continue, I guess, Kevin, because for as well as many things are going on in the economy in terms of new highs in the stock market and possible increases in GDP, unemployment, we're close to probably full employment, and inflation is 2.4. But I can't help thinking that some of the feelings of frustration with people with this economy has something to do with affordability, and it makes me wonder whether tariffs are hurting the low-end consumer.
I honestly, Joe, I was just going to say that I honestly think that what we're seeing in the data, the latest surveys that we're seeing, the Michigan survey and so on, is
it's not progressive. You'll stake your life on it as a.
No, I usually don't like that survey. But what I'm saying is that the normal pattern, right, is that it takes a while for wages to adjust. Wages are sticky. In fact, sticky wages are a key part of every Keynesian macroeconomic model. And what that means is that people don't get their salary adjustment till January or February, or sometimes don't really understand the full after-tax implications until they file their taxes in April or hopefully early this year. And so one of the things that we're seeing is that real incomes are up, way up, after being down 4 years in a row under Joe Biden. They're up about $1,400 per year for the average family. And then when people look at their wallets, they think, oh, wow, these policies are working better than I thought. And then when they get their big tax refund, because no tax on overtime and so on, I think that they'll see that their wallets are doing great at the same time that prices are stabilizing and going back to 2%-ish. And so, yeah, I think that the economic story is very, very positive. And that if you're worried about why is it catching up, it catches up because salary adjustments tend to happen in January, which is, right about now, people are seeing it, and we're seeing that in the survey data.
I guess we got to go. I know there was a meeting yesterday to talk about messaging and things like that. I think we just saw maybe some of the conclusions that came out of the meeting as put forth.
Yeah, I wasn't in that meeting.
You got ears everywhere. I know you got ears and eyes everywhere, Hassett. All right. Thanks, Kevin.
All right. Thanks.
See you.
Coming up, New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani telling Governor Hochul to play ball on the wealth tax, or New Yorkers could see an almost 10% property tax increase. And the CEO of the Partnership for New York joins us next. Don't go anywhere. Squawk Box returns. This is going to be a big conversation. Welcome back to Squawk Box. New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani is delivering his preliminary budget proposal on Tuesday and threatened to raise property taxes as a last resort if he is unsuccessful in convincing Albany to raise taxes on the wealthy.
Taxing the rich will put the city back on its firm financial footing, and taxing the rich at the scale that we proposed not only does that, but also advances the affordability agenda.
Joins us right now is Partnership for New York City President and CEO Stephen Fulp. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Okay, so do you think that this threat is going to turn into reality?
Well, first of all, we anticipated it. I'll start there. So we were kind of prepared with what we wanted to say and point out. But I would tell you, I think it's a political mistake. I think that the governor has showed that she's not going to be bullied. So that was kind of the narrative. People blame the mayor for property taxes, regardless of how you frame it. And I think that giving two choices of taxes only kind of frames things in a way that makes us less competitive relative to other states.
So, but I think the real question is, assuming he can't get the wealth tax going, and he does want to balance the budget, or maybe not, how would you do it?
If I was looking to balance the budget, if I was the mayor.
If you're the mayor, and you're looking around at the money and you're saying, we don't really have the revenues to do all the things we want to do, what would you do?
I think that there are a lot of options. First of all, New York City has entitlement programs that are unique to New York City on rent relief. Most of entitlement programs at the federal level, New York City has those. They're astronomically expensive. I think you could do
the rent relief program. So, but he also has, he ran on trying to make it more affordable for people to live in the city.
But taxes and job creation leads to affordability as well. Housing growth takes a decade in time. He's on the right track there, but there's a lot of things you could do. Beyond that, I mean, if you want to have a constructive conversation around schools, I know people don't want to go there, but there was 1.1 million children in the schools. Today's 800,000. That is a fair conversation to have, why the budget keeps increasing. I think that there are other things you can do. The challenge is that his political base is very difficult to please. And he's trying to navigate both the political base and the practicality of being an executive, and that's not an easy thing to do.
What do you think the reaction is thus far to what's happening in California?
Yeah.
By the way, I don't know if you saw what's happening in Seattle, state of Washington.
Yeah.
I mean, it's pretty wild.
Yeah.
I think you could see an exodus from both of those places.
Yeah.
I spoke to the mayor and asked him about what was happening, and this idea of whether he thought everyone's going to move to Miami, and he said he doesn't believe that. Not only does he not believe that, the numbers, interestingly, even in the past couple months, don't seem to be suggesting that business is leaving New York. In fact, it appears that business is coming to New York, and I believe that is giving him, meaning the mayor, a little bit of oomph in his step, if you will.
Yeah, you can parse the data in a lot of different ways. So he would say there's more millionaires today in New York City. If you look at the share of millionaires relative to anywhere else, you would say it's decreased. You can make that argument and could have that all day. The reality is, if you do what he's proposing to do, taxes in New York City would be roughly 22% on the corporate side, relative to New Jersey, a mile away, 11%. So you reach a tripwire at some point.
Right.
If it's 100% higher than a mile away, people will make this decision.
The argument that he's made is that actually taxes in New York City on companies is lower, and he's trying to match New Jersey. Explain why.
So he's being a little bit disingenuous in that, because when you layer on New York City taxes, MTA taxes, and the corporate tax for the state, it's roughly 17% today. So if you mirror what New Jersey has in the corporate tax, you go to 22% here. That's independent analysis, nonpartisan. So at some point you reach that tripwire, and the effective tax rate on the income side, right, is more than 50% for high earners here in New York. So I mean, effectively, the state or the city is your majority partner without doing the majority of the work. So it is a problem ultimately, and you do reach a tripwire at some point.
Do you think, or are you hearing from anybody in the partnership for the city that they are going to leave the city?
So you hear across the board that they are looking to grow elsewhere. That is for sure. Picking up the entire operation is a tough thing to do for people that want to have a presence here. And
I was just going to say, JP Morgan just built this gorgeous new building right on Park Avenue.
If you look at Texas, JP Morgan has more employees in Texas than they do in New York City for the first time. Texas has more employees in financial services than New York City for the first time. And what we try to point out is that Texas has a comprehensive strategy on how they're approaching this. New York is just kind of stuck in this kind of...
What kind of reaction are you getting from the mayor on that front?
I mean, look, we've had multiple conversations on that. I think we're in a place that, you know, he would say we agree to disagree. But the reality is that he's still navigating the transition from being a legislator to an executive, I think from an activist mindset to being more of the mayor, so to speak, in a responsible governing role. So I think a transition is going to take some time.
No, I like some of the things, you know, just looking at some of the comments from your organization. It's got to be, if we said anything about other than raising taxes for trying to figure things out?
Nothing yet. And I think that our place is going to try to have a constructive conversation in figuring out solutions. If he wants to partner with the business community, I couldn't tell you.
In this Mamdani mayorship, is there any chance that you talk about that rather than just more money coming in?
So we've had constructive conversations. The question is really going to be around implementation. And you know, we're 6 weeks in, so it's hard to kind of cast aspersions or say unilaterally one way or the other. But you know, we're cautious because I think people are concerned about his actions when he does what he did.
Maybe more importantly in the whole dynamic is actually the governor.
Yes.
And just give me your analysis of where you think her head ultimately is in terms of where New York State ultimately goes, because she does have the cards in the end.
The most important player is the governor. We are very supportive of the governor. Let's start there. The governor is not one.
Well, you're supportive of the governor because so far she's holding steady with you.
That is correct. And I will tell you, but that's the reason why you support somebody in elected office, right? When you have consistent views. But she's shown courage to push back on the left in this climate, which is a difficult thing to do. And she's not one to be bullied. So when the mayor gets up there yesterday and says, if you don't raise taxes on the wealthiest people, I'm going to do X, Y, Z. She has showed a willingness to push back. So of course we're going to be supportive of her.
What did I read? There was a number that came out, the shortfall. I don't know, was that in your interview with him? And then it was wrong because Wall Street bonuses took care of 60% of the shortfall. Did it occur to the mayor that maybe Wall Street isn't the enemy and it'd be nice to not drive everyone out of here?
Good point. So he came out with a $12 billion budget deficit. We came out that day and said that that's inaccurate. It's going to shrink.
It's more like
Wall Street. It's going to continue to shrink when the April revenue numbers come out because Wall Street is punching above its weight. And I'm just going to point out that most other states appreciate the biggest industries that they have. Texas appreciates the oil industry. New York City approaches financial services with skepticism.
But what do you think's going on in California then? What do you think's going on in the state of Washington?
I think you have a political party that has showed that they're just angry. The far left is angry and wants to be punitive. It's the reason that at rallies they say tax the rich. They don't chant fund child care. It's tax the rich. They just want somebody to have less money than they do because they view the system as being unequal.
Right, and they get to go on Colbert every night and talk about it.
It always comes back. It always comes back to the media, Joe. It always comes back to the
One-sided, they
media.
talk about it.
Stephen, want to thank you for coming in this morning. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Fighting the good fight. Up next, Up next, breaking economic news. Former Dallas Fed President Richard Fisher. We'll be right back. Madison Square Garden Sports is considering spinning off the New York Rangers hockey business. Reuters reports that the board has unanimously approved exploring that plan. The remaining business would retain the Knicks, the New York Knicks.
Isn't that fascinating? Meantime, Moderna shares their higher. The company said the FDA has now reversed a previous decision and will now review the company's flu shot made with mRNA technology. Moderna says that it proposed a revised regulatory approach based on age that then addressed the FDA criticisms. And we talked to Dr. Scott Gottlieb a little bit about the FDA earlier this morning.
And we are just seconds away from December housing starts, building permits, and durable goods data. The futures right now, as you can see, off their highs, but they're all in the red. Treasuries, last I saw, the 10-year was 407. I wish you'd been here all morning, Rick, but better late than never. Rick Santelli standing by at the CME in Chicago. What's on your mind?
Oh my God, Joe, the conversations this morning have been so great. Real quickly, I just want to touch on one. I so agree with Hassett's interpretation of that New York Fed study on tariffs. You know what it reminds me of, Joe? When we talk about tax policy, and it's the difference between dynamic scoring and static scoring. There's a lot of long runway issues that are affected by tariffs, not the same type of fast lane prices are on, and if you don't do the whole ball of wax, you have no idea about how behavior modification figures in. The other thing is, and this is a numbers thing, and you've talked about it, well, you know, all of a sudden the Fed's all worried about inflation. When I was worried about it during the Biden administration, nobody cared. Here's the facts. CPI on Friday, and I couldn't be in on Friday, unfortunately. 2.4 year over year, lowest since April of 25. Year over year core, which is the one I look at 2.5, was the lowest since March of 2021. End of story. I mean, it's math. The numbers do not bear many of these conclusions out, and yet many are forced to not believe their own lying eyes. In terms of the data today, I think what's interesting is whether it was last year, we spent 7 sessions under 4% for a 10, or this year, yesterday, we dipped down on an intraday basis to 401. I think the 10-year is starting to pay attention to the actual dynamics of inflation doing what it never expected it would do, and that is starting to get closer to 2%. And I think that the flattening of the yield curve, flattest in a month, is evidence of that. Okay, now, Joe, the numbers are coming out here. I'll hit the numbers. Durable goods, December preliminary, expected down 1%. 2%, I'm sorry, comes in at minus 1.4, better than expected, but it is the weakest level considering going back to October when it was minus 2.1. If you look at ex-transportation, this is a great number. So you can see transportation negatively affected the headline. This is 3 times expectations at up 9/10 equals July to find a higher number. You're going all the way back to SEP of last 2024, not last year, 2024. And if we look at capital good orders, non-defense, ex-air, proxy for capital spending, double expectations at up 0.6. And if you look at shipments, they're triple at up 9/10 versus 3/10. And if we look at housing starts for December, a much stronger number. We're expecting 1,304,000 seasonally adjusted annualized units. Add about 100K, 1,404,000 on the permit side. Very similar, expecting 1.4 million, comes in at 1.448 million. So these are sizably better numbers on the permit side. That is a preliminary number, and in a bit, we will see what Diana has to say about those rather robust numbers. If I look at the response in the marketplace to all this data, you know, a half a basis point higher in yield and a 10-year at 4.6.5. It settled at basically 4.6 yesterday after the 4.1 intraday test. And 10s at 344, you know, they're about a half a basis point hotter as well. It certainly seems as though the interest rate complex is really comfortable these days. Ranges are tight at a time where corporate supply, especially AI associated, is on the rampage. Joe, thanks for letting me talk a bit, and back to you.
Yep. I'll bring you in on, we've been talking regressivity of tariffs too, and it's got to be a little bit, I think, Rick, but what's hard to square is that the high-end consumer really controls, it's almost like how much they pay in taxes. That the lion's share of consumption is on the high end. So tariffs would eventually, if it is inflationary, that's a regressive tax on low-end consumers.
I understand, which means the long runway that much more important, because I think ultimately, when you have everyday Walmart prices coming from China, your average Joe is making less money. The other side of the street here is that hopefully, and we are starting to see it, as Mr. Hassett pointed out, the wage growth side on this side of the export shore will start to move higher.
Yes, that's you got to put it all. You got to look at it all holistically, and it's nuanced. But we're not living in a nuanced world. Everything is so black and
that's
black,
for sure.
Black and white. Rick, stick around. Real estate reporter Diana Olick is here with us on set, and we just got some housing starts data.
Yeah, and this, as Rick said, it was better than expected. You got gains from November. Now remember, these are housing starts that we're looking at from December, so we're backdated because of the government shutdown. What's really interesting here, though, is the year over year, which I think is much more important to look at now because of this, not getting the data for so many months, is that we are down on building permits, both in single and multi, but higher in multifamily. I want to talk about multifamily, Joe, because we've been talking so much about single family, the builders, are they building enough? But multi is where we're really looking at rents. And we had this slew of apartments that came on in the last 2 to 3 years, which was really a record number of apartments. And now they're pulling back. Now we're seeing starts come down on apartments, which is actually a good thing for rents. But when you talk to multifamily investors, they say, we're going to get 2 years down the road, we're not going to have enough. So that's why it's interesting to see we are seeing in the building permits, of course, an indicator of future construction, a big jump in multifamily, saying that they're starting to put holes in the ground again. They want to get ready to build more because they see that demand. Why do they see that demand? Well, because people aren't able to buy homes still, because they're still having affordability issues, and that's why we see the numbers in single family for both permits and starts are down year over year pretty significantly. And we could talk all you want about what to do about the builders. We did get builder sentiment yesterday. It was much lower than expected. People were thinking there'd be gains because mortgage rates are at a 4-week low, but it doesn't seem to help.
Right. Leaseman, probably. Did you want to go all over the map on all these numbers, or do you just want to pick on Rick? What do you think, Steve?
Oh, why would I want to pick on Rick? I mean, the idea that inflation was rising and nobody cared about it misses the idea that the Fed raised rates significantly in 75 basis point rate hikes. They got there eventually, and inflation did come down. So what I'm looking at here, Joe, is the capital spending numbers, and these are good. And I'm trying to hone in right now on the new orders for computer equipment, and that's also you had a big November and a big December. And what we're seeing, I think, in part, is the AI spending showing up in the data and putting together, 2 consecutive positive months is a good thing. So that's one. You had a decline in the aircraft, but I just looked at the Boeing numbers for January, and they're really strong. So down the road. So the capital spending part of the economy looks like it's doing pretty well. And then the question becomes whether that shows up in, for example, manufacturing employment, which has been a negative. If that begins to turn around, you could get some better numbers on the jobs market. Coming back to the Fed, Joe, I think it's an interesting question because what you've seen is Fed officials talk about the job market stabilizing, and all of a sudden there's this debate about, as Rick suggested, what's going to happen with the inflation numbers. The CPI numbers were good. We are not expecting as good PCE numbers when they come out on Friday. It's supposed to be closer to 3% because of some methodology, and I guess we'll talk about that tomorrow. But the market's got to teeter a little bit between the positive inflation report from the CPI and the higher PCE number that's expected tomorrow that might be more in terms of showing us the guidance or the way the Fed is thinking about inflation, John.
Okay, so what Rick was, what was he referencing? He was referencing, what did you say that I don't know, he sounded sarcastic.
Well, just the idea that nobody cared about the inflation that was out there. The Fed was late in addressing the inflation, that's for sure. There's an interesting debate, in my opinion, about when the Fed could have and should have moved more quickly. My guess is Rick is not interested in that particular nuanced discussion, but in any event, when it could have moved and when it should have moved. When it did move, though, it moved forcefully, and the handoff from the Biden administration to the Trump administration on inflation was a pretty good one, despite the spike in inflation that happened in the earlier part of the administration.
Okay. All right, well, we got to go, I guess. Thank you, Steve, Rick, and Hannah, Andrew.
Okay. Coming up next, former Dallas Fed President Richard Fisher, and then the latest on the negotiations with Iran and Geneva. We're going to talk about all of that after this. Welcome back to Squawk Box. Reaction to today's data and the Fed's rate path. I want to bring Richard Fisher, Jefferies Senior Advisor, former Dallas Fed President. He's also a CNBC contributor. It's great to see you this morning. Let's pretend for a moment that you are a guy named Kevin Warsh, and you walk in for your first day at the Fed. You get the nomination sails right through. We'll see whether that's the case, but he gets there, and based on this information and where we are, he starts the meeting by saying what?
Well, first of all, Kevin's young. He's 55. He may become, next to McChesney Martin, the longest Fed chairman in history. We'll see. He's got to worry about what he's going to do long term, not just what the Trump administration wants. He's a smart guy. He's going to have to think about his historical role. So I think I would start the meeting by saying, we must do right. And regardless of what we're asked to do politically, my job as chairman is to work with you to get the right monetary policy and to think about how will we be viewed after the Trump administration over the years. That's what I would start out with. Still there?
And I'm still here. And based on where we are, though, today, based on some of the data we just got, Yep. How do you think that conversation goes in terms of what you think the rest of the room thinks, what you think he thinks? You know, how many rate cuts you think are realistic this year?
Look, if things are as good as Hassett said just now in that interview, why would you cut rates? If you read the Wall Street Journal yesterday on the front page, it talked about companies are going to be pushing through prices. If you listen to the members of the Chamber of Commerce, you ought to have Ross Perot, who's the chairman of that, presently on the show at some point. But if you listen to those members, they're no longer willing to be cowed by the President of the United States. They are going to protect their margins, and they're going to deal with tariffs and other cost increases by pushing prices forward. That's what they're saying. So it's not just the hard data as to where we've been. And 2.5% at the core is not 2%. But the economy, according to Hassett, et cetera, and according to the recent data, and Rick reported that with great energy, is doing better. So I don't see what there is a need presently to cut rates. Now, Kevin Warsh will not be there right now, will not be there until he gets confirmed, and until Jay Powell leaves.
All the
and
rates
things may
were
be
cut.
different then, we'll see.
All the rates we've got were at inflation levels higher than they are right now, Richard. So it doesn't have to be 2%.
Yeah, and guess what, Joe? Rates went up in the 10-year, right?
I know.
Rates went up after the cuts.
But it
In
didn't
fact,
go
we cut
crazy.
75 basis points, and the rates are higher than they were before.
4% is pretty manageable.
Yeah.
At this point.
You've been great, by the way, Joe, on regressive taxation. And
Trying to
also,
figure it
I'm
out.
really proud of you for your comments on the FCC this morning.
I'm trying to figure it out. I don't want it to be. My point is, you know, selectively Democrats either like or hate tariffs, depending on whether it's their tariffs or Trump's tariffs. Okay, but you would think they'd love it if it really was a tax on U.S. business. That's what they wanted. They constantly want higher taxes on high-income individuals and U.S. businesses. So go with it. Rub it all over you. Look at it. It's reducing the deficit. The CBO said we'd be much higher if it wasn't for the tariff, except for they can fall back on, well, we don't like it because it's regressive. And I guess the low-end consumer, Rich, really is a smaller part of total consumption than you would imagine. It's almost like on income tax revenue. It's like the bottom 20 or the bottom 40%. It's like only 20% of the expenditures, but it's important expenditures to them. Obviously,
It's also important politically, Joe.
Yeah,
It's very important politically.
and it's why they feel this way in terms of it's why people don't feel good, don't feel flush about the economy.
That's right. That's what the poll numbers show.
Are tariffs exacerbating it, Rich? Do you think? Because we don't see that much inflation overall.
We see it in basic goods that you see at the supermarket and what affects that low-income group. The argument, of course, is that if they have higher wages, they can offset that.
And that was what
Because higher wages take time to manifest themselves. Right now, they feel it at the grocery store.
Aren't you proud of me all
Remember-
the time? I don't understand. What were you finally proud of me? Did you hear him?
I heard him.
Finally proud of you this morning.
Hey, Richard, do you have I know this is not an economic question, it's a political question. Do you have a theory of the case of why we haven't heard from the Supreme Court one way or the other on the tariff issue?
No, I think it's a very difficult decision. And the way the president has approached this was kind of clever in a way, which is, I'll ask permission later. They, meanwhile, ought to be putting together, and I know they are, a contingency plan in case it rules against them. Again, this has taken the power of taxation and tariff setting away from the Congress of the United States. And that's the constitutional question. There are sections of the trade law that you can enact, but we're going to have to see, and I'm sure they are working on an alternative plan to capture the tariffs, part of the tariffs that they've already initiated.
Right.
Yeah.
No,
I
but
think because of that
the issue of
complexity,
why
it's gonna
the Supreme Court hasn't ruled, you'd think, my theory of the case, I'll give you mine, just maybe, and then you can react to it, is I actually think that they want to rule, or they plan to rule against it, and that if you're Justice Roberts, you're thinking that you want to get as close to 9-0 collectively. If you're going to rule against this administration for political purposes, that you want to get as close to that, or there could be one or two dissenters who are taking an extraordinary amount of time and want to have a full-throated sort of defense of the other side, and that's what's taking all this time, and I don't know which it is, but I think it's somewhere. But in either case, at least the impression I have is that the reason it's taking so long is to rule against it rather than for it.
But Rich, for security reasons, you can do a trade embargo. You can do a trade embargo. The president can do that against a country, but can't levy a 20% tariff. That makes no sense either. And there are instances where you could do this for purely, maybe you don't think these were security, fentanyl, whatever, you think that's an excuse. But there are times where you would want to do, where you would actually want the authority for the president to be able to levy tariffs for some emergency situation.
There are, Joe. I mean, I was deputy USDR for 4 years, U.S. Trade Rep.
You know,
and there are sections of the law you can employ.
Yeah.
So good luck to them. I hope they're right, but the way they approach this has been very damaging short term, and we'll see if they can correct it long term.
Richard, always good to see you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Al.
You bet.
See, Richard, all this would be solved with 15 members on the court. You know what I'm saying? Up next, geopolitics in focus as high-stakes talks continue in Geneva. Check out Oil This Morning. We'll be right back. Join us now with the latest on U.S.-Iran nuclear talks in Geneva. Victoria Coates served as Deputy National Security Advisor in the first Trump administration. She's a National Security and Foreign Policy Vice President at Heritage Foundation. It's always good to see you, Victoria. I referenced this op-ed piece in the Journal earlier. I don't know if you had a chance to see it, but I think they're making the case that that's exactly what Iran would probably like, is to make it appear that they're that they're giving up their nuclear aspirations to let them stay in power and don't make the same mistake as the Obama administration made with Iran. That's the thrust of the piece. Do you agree with that?
Well, good to be with you, Joe. I guess to some extent I do. I think the regime in Iran at this point is more desperate than they ever have been before, and they're falling back on their old sort of trade and tricks, and they're playing for time, and they're trying to get more support from China, and they're trying to stave off a U.S. attack. And bear in mind what President Trump has put into the Middle East dwarfs anything that Iran can muster. They can talk about sinking our battleships. They can't, and they know that. And when we get that second carrier group in there, they know they are essentially defenseless against that armada. So I think what you're seeing right now is a lot of bluster out of them. They are trying to string out these negotiations, but the Trump administration has been pretty relentless in their military buildup.
Do you think at this point, Secretary Rubio said that there's some real issues that aren't being addressed? Are they so desperate that he would be satisfied? They will finally come to the table with what he wants. And what are those conditions, you think?
Well, the President and Secretary Rubio have both been very clear that the nuclear program needs to be finally dismantled, and they cannot have any path to a nuclear weapon. And there are various technical ways that you can ensure that with inspections. It's always a concern, but that can be done. And then they want to limit their arsenal of missiles that they've been building back up since the 12-day war and end their support for terrorist proxies, Hamas and Hezbollah. And so far, the Iranians have said absolutely not. We might, cease enrichment for 3 to 5 years, to get the Trump administration out of the way, as it were. But the other things are off the table for the moment. Now, the only way that they are actually going to do what they did at the end of the Iran-Iraq war, what the Supreme Leader referred to as draining the poisoned chalice, the only way they're going to do that is if they think they are in danger of imminent collapse, either economically or because the United States has struck them and they can't defend themselves. So I think we could get there, but I don't think we're there now.
And the regime change option, is that, you can't say it out loud, but we'd like that, wouldn't we?
Well, the president actually has said it out loud, that they're not serving the Iranian people, that it would be the best possible outcome. But that is an issue for Iran. I think that he has learned the hard lessons of Iraq and Afghanistan, both wars he opposed, incidentally, at the time, that regime change can lead to a worse monster. And so I think they're being very cautious about that. You're seeing similar caution in Venezuela and Cuba, where they are much more interested in preserving institutions, working with powers that be to ensure an orderly transition rather than the chaos that we saw in Iraq. So I think that would be ideal in Iran, that if you can find somebody who has legitimacy with the Iranian people, ideally the respect of the military as well, you could work with that person and hopefully get to a much brighter future for Iran.
What do you think is going to happen, Victor? Just your own opinion in the next, I don't know, how long you need? 2 weeks? I'll give you a month. What happens in the next month?
Well, I will tell you, my friend Amos Yadlin, who's the former head of the Israeli intelligence services, reportedly said this morning that he would think twice about flying this weekend. So it looks like the Gerald R. Ford, our second aircraft carrier group, will be in theater by Friday. We've just put in another 50 fighter jets overnight last night, F-15s, F-22s, F-35s. So, I would say within the next 10 days, we will have a decision from the commander-in-chief whether or not to use that armada and fatally weaken the Iranian regime.
Very good. Victoria, all right. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Coming up next, 3 big analyst calls on NVIDIA. We're going to tell you about that right after this. Breaking on Squawk Box, durable goods for December fell by 1.4%, better than the decline of 2% the street expected. Meantime, 3 analyst calls on NVIDIA to tell you about this morning. Morgan Stanley and Wells Fargo see a buying opportunity, they're saying. Deutsche Bank reiterating a hold on that stock. NVIDIA is 13% from the October high at this point. And take a look at Madison Square Garden's sports board of directors has now approved a plan to consider separating the New York Knicks and New York Rangers into 2 separate publicly traded companies. The stock MSGS is up 16% in the pre-market.
What's safer for us, both of us? We learn to do something like reiterating a hold about our opinions. Why don't we just, that's so mealy, it says absolutely nothing. Huh?
Doesn't mean
Let's
anything.
just, can we start doing that? We'll be right in the middle.
I'm constructive.
Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Streets. Coming up right now.
Good Wednesday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla. Jim Cramer's back alongside me and David Faber here at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Futures are steady after Tuesday's somewhat wobbly action. Busy day for eco data. Both durables and starts were quite strong ahead of Friday's GDP number. 10-year almost back to 408. Oil hit 64 on some of these Iran jitters. Our roadmap begins with tech and the AI trade bouncing back today. Amazon snapping that 9-day losing streak.
Plus, ARM shares moving higher in the pre-market. This as NVIDIA shakes up its AI investments. And the so-called smart money making a lot of moves in this market. We will tell you about the latest buying and selling from the 13F filings.
Let's begin with the markets, though, as the Nasdaq does look to extend yesterday's gains after snapping that 4-session losing streak. More importantly, Jim, though, it's good to have you back after kind of a long absence, almost a week and a half.
Yeah, I had some eye surgery. I'm back. I can't see you, but it's great to have both of you. Carl,
Yes.
when did you switch side? I used to be. Yeah, look, I've been paying attention to it. And obviously, when you have a 9-day losing streak for Amazon after a quarter that was panned. When you have NVIDIA, yesterday was a big reversal. NVIDIA opened. I was telling my wife, because I'm actually home with her, she had a full knee replacement. The two of us really get along incredibly well when I can't see and she can't walk. And what was amazing was she said, what's new? I said, oh, nothing. She goes, oh, NVIDIA? I said, yeah, down 2. Because she knows nothing means NVIDIA means nothing good. Now, the thing that I liked about NVIDIA was that at the end of the day, and David, I'm going to put this to you as being seminal.
Okay. Ready.
I am beginning to believe that Mark Zuckerberg is trying to develop his own web services. Do you know that he locked up $8 billion worth of $6 billion worth of Corning material? You know, the Corning makes the fiber.
Yep.
This note that NVIDIA put out about how he wants use millions of AI chips in data centers.
From NVIDIA, as we see right there.
You often said to me, you know, he doesn't have a web services. He just has an advertising deal.
Right.
Any chance that maybe this is him making a web service company?
I have absolutely no idea.
Well,
but it's an interesting thought, and clearly in asking the question, you think it's at least worth thinking about.
I just think, would you be so open-ended about how much you have to buy?
I don't know. We have made the point that as opposed to the hyperscalers, Meta does not have a cloud business to amortize all the spending over, so to speak. Right. That said, it's done a pretty darn good job of getting it to accelerate its core business.
Yes,
and
it
so
has.
The concerns about the CapEx spending there perhaps a bit more muted as a result of the underlying performance of the business.
21 times earnings. What's muted? That's muted.
Well, that's no. And by the way, there's no muted anything muted, I should say, about CapEx spending from everybody, whether it's Amazon, whether it's Meta, whether it's Alphabet, whether it's Microsoft, and on from there. Right. Jim, what we're in right now is, I mean, what's it, 92% of cash flows from operations this year from the hyperscalers will be spent on CapEx.
Well, that's why.
So they're not buying back stock.
Amazon went negative, the free cash flow, and suddenly people say, you know what? Amazon went from one of the greatest balance sheets in the world to back to where it used to be when it sold books, Carl.
You wrote this morning that Amazon, you understand, it's getting harder to own.
Yeah,
although today Morgan Stanley says 50% upside on what they're calling CapEx yield analysis.
Well, I think that when you go back and forth with them, they do feel misunderstood. I like that, but that said, it's a big position for my trust. I'm talking my book. I think that their notion of what they had to spend is going to end up being on the high side. But then when you start thinking about what you have to do, you read that piece in the Journal today about data center taking housing space. Data centers are somehow public enemy number one. They don't produce a lot of jobs, which I think is untrue.
Well, they use a lot of, obviously, electricity, a lot of water. They don't produce as many jobs, and they take up conceivably space that could otherwise go to housing, which we need a lot of.
But how about if we put a field in West Virginia with 1,000 Caterpillar engines, able to produce 2 megawatts, bothers nobody, bingo. Being done.
Being done?
Being done. Little sub rosa.
All right.
Yeah. Hedge funds. Hedge funds are doing it, David.
Hedge funds are financing the purchase of all of these generators.
Yeah.
And we'll just cross our fingers we don't wind up with the repeat of the dark fiber era.
True. This is like an Area 52 kind of analysis, but I know it's true.
No, it's endless need for power. Eventually, we're going to end up as the Matrix. We're all going to be in little pods. And supplying the power for the robots.
I took the wrong pill this morning. I couldn't tell.
You see, you took
I'm telling no, this is actually happening because the hedge funds are buying up power from Caterpillar, which I'm going to use my Caterpillar's quarter so good, and putting them where you don't have to worry about where housing is, but you're next to nat gas piping.
Right.
And in West Virginia, they have all this unlocked nat gas. This is clever.
Makes sense.
Look at that. Look at that. You know, that stock was like 350 and it went down.
That's the best Dow stock of the year.
Yeah, did anyone remember the $68 Goldman downgrade?
That's just year to date. But back to this larger issue of the CapEx spending of the Mag 7, of the hyperscalers, of a handful of the biggest companies the world has ever seen. Is it introducing more risk overall? Right. And are they all going to be winners? Do we think
the multiples are shrinking? Like look at Caterpillar's multiple versus SanDisk's multiple. Oh, by the way, buy every share of SanDisk on that secondary.
Yeah, Western did selling a bunch of SanDisk this morning to complete that.
Yeah.
Whatever that was. Why they took them apart, I don't know.
But why'd they put them together? I don't know. It's terrific. I mean, you put them together. It's like Mr. Car Wash. We'll get to that.
Yes, that's a good one today. Yes,
Mr. Car Wash. The last car wash they bought, I think, was that one from Breaking Bad. You know, where Ricky Drexler was the last customer.
I think it was up 16 pre-market or something like that.
I mean, it's kind of what they brought public at 3. They're buying it back at like half that. Nice trade. Nice trade if
you can get it. All right, back to the bigger issue. So yes, we have this more risk being introduced. It is reflected now, you say, in the multiples, which have come down.
Which are not even done going down.
They're not done. So that's my question.
I mean, Mag 7 forward PE has gone from 32 to 26 in about a year. Where do you think, where does it bottom?
Well, I think it could go to market multiple, below market multiple. I don't want it to say it's going to go to the multiple of SaaS. Because the SaaS multiple, these software as a service multiples, David, General Mills, which by the way reported they did a pre-announcement.
And
you don't want to be there. That's the benchmark of bad.
Right.
But that's at 12 times earnings.
It was the worst day for food stocks yesterday in almost 4 years.
Wow, I didn't realize that.
And we'll get more today. Actually, a bunch of others, Hormel, are guiding okay.
Yeah, it was the Cagney they pre-announced, but General Mills used to be. Remember, General Mills used to be the best there is.
I had Honey Nut Cheerios this morning, but yeah, why not? But
did Robert F. Kennedy Jr. just turn us off?
Was he really watching?
No, he's watching the Moderna
he's
training.
Probably
He's like, put the hate on
doing
Moderna.
pull-ups or something else. But as for this, staples were down. I mean, have been a place that money has been moving.
Yes, they have.
Hence, maybe when you do get this kind of guidance that is below expectations, you get a sell-off that Carl just described, the worst that you've seen in a number of years.
But Procter & Gamble had a really horrible quarter, immediately went to 163.
I know.
And how about Walmart? What does this all mean for Walmart on Thursday?
People are saying that Walmart might miss with DA Devs. That would be devastating.
I think JPM versus Walmart yesterday was kind of interesting. Spread, right? One of the best, biggest underperformers against Walmart.
When you're trading at 45 times earnings, is there perhaps not that much room for not making it a great quarter?
When Costco got to this multiple, it stopped. Now Costco is a fast grower, and it couldn't. Remember, 50 times earnings, it just.
With the stock price.
Yeah, but Costco, no, that was the beginning of the big decline, and then it's come back, but. you look at the spread. I mean, Costco used to be twice the multiple of Walmart. I hate these glasses.
Well, you gotta wear them.
I know.
It's important. Put them back on.
Driving me crazy.
Don't. It's fine. They look fine. What's wrong? Is it hurting your eyes?
No, it's just like somebody else. Who is that guy? Go
It's
ahead.
all right.
I'm
It's
sorry.
time for you to change your on-air personality a little bit.
Why don't you shut up?
There we go. That's back. He's in there somewhere.
Yeah, that's it. If we can see
found
you.
him.
Oh my God, I'm ready to talk Paramount.
No, God.
Too early.
Too early. Yeah.
It's a great move.
We'll talk a little MSG later, though.
Yeah. Let's tie up the NVIDIA thing, though, because it does have ramifications for the Broadcom AMD complex today, which are going to trade lower in response.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there are these different benchmark tests that the analysts tend not to look at and the traders never look at. And there was a very one that came out the other day, and it just showed you that the total cost of ownership, if you buy the advanced chips from NVIDIA, is much less than people think. So in other words, AMD's chips may be cheaper, but the whole platform is less cost of ownership. And I think NVIDIA has been such a drag on this market that you begin to start a new narrative, which is that, you know, we don't just go after SanDisk and Western Digital and Micron over and over and over again. Don't mean to leave out Seagate. Let's go back to the ones with great intellectual property. And the ones with great intellectual property are, I think ARM's doing better. They're selected. NVIDIA, not as much AMD, even though I could argue AMD has a lot of intellectual property. But it's just a change of scenery to see NVIDIA ticking up.
Yep. And as for Meta, the other big story will be Zuckerberg's testimony today in this landmark social media addiction case.
Well, look, I think that stock and Mark have been very quiet. I have been after them to talk, okay? Just come and say anything. You know, say anything. No, they don't want to talk.
They don't want to talk?
No, because no one wants to talk. But when you come down to talking, you're going to start talking about nuclear in Louisiana?
I don't know. I guess, yeah. It's an important part of the story at this point.
Power is, to me, still the most important gating factor. And what are you going to do with all those? You buy millions of those chips.
And it will continue to be.
And you better have all the power in the world.
And and when China is ahead of us in producing power. And a lot of the leaders in AI who come down to the idea that we're in a race always point to that. Obviously, they are behind us in the development of chips.
Yes.
NVIDIA being the key element of that. But they are ahead of us in producing a lot more power, conceivably.
Well, look, I think that's going to be the gating force unless you really find that the Caterpillar solution can be scaled.
Just fields and fields of Caterpillar generators.
Yeah. Oh, he laughs.
They laughed.
I
know it's. I believe it.
You think Cat got the 7? Look at that shirt.
I believe
You think that's from Earth Movers?
No, I know that's happening, and
you come and use my Earth Mover. It's 30 years old. I don't need a new Earth Mover.
Creative solutions being proposed all over the place to try to find power where it can be delivered.
If you can get power, then you can do a new web service.
Right, but we got to get power for not only the data centers, but also try to make sure that electricity rates don't go up for everybody else, right?
Right. Well, that matters,
it's a key part of affordability.
That's why we like nuclear.
And then you follow that up by saying, but nuclear's not
You've been a
ready till
skeptic on the
2030.
timeline.
Yeah, you're not a believer in the small modular reactors being here anytime soon.
Well, I'm not saying I'm not a believer. I'm just saying that the CEO of GE Vernova, Scott Strazik, was right there, and he's talking about 31, 32. Right. Now, he knows more because that's the company that builds the most nuclear reactors and services them. So I trust him more than I trust the people who say, including, maybe the Secretary of Energy is a little too bullish.
You want to hit some earnings quickly before we sort of get on to macro? Palo Alto?
All right, now there's a controversy.
Because the stock's going to be looking down. Again, we don't open for trading until 17 minutes from now. It's looking down as much as 9%.
Right.
Shares of Palo Alto after reporting its fiscal second quarter results. There you can see it right there. Jim, I know you follow the company pretty closely. The CEO was also on last night.
I talked to Nikesh, and he thinks that it's a very misunderstood quarter. That if you look at the two companies, the guidance for Palo Alto Net and CyberArk separately, remember he did a big CyberArk acquisition, it was actually an increase, okay? They were ahead individually of the forecast. Right. Now, a lot of people feel, well, come on, this is one of those, it's turning into a headwind already. He would argue strongly that it's not. I will agree with him that I don't think it's this quarter. He talks about how if you're only 95% right with LLMs, obviously that's not enough. You have to be like 100% right.
Gotta be 100.
But people are not buying what he's selling this morning. They're just not buying it. I am. I'm going to go with what Nikesh says down here.
All right, and he obviously also believes that AI is not a threat when it comes to cybersecurity.
Correct.
Take a listen.
I'm still, confused why the market is treating AI as a threat to at least cybersecurity. I can't speak for all the software, because one thing we're definitely seeing that customers have figured out that they need to drive more consistency in their security stack to be able to respond faster using AI. You cannot respond fast if you've got 70 different vendors who have different data, different logs, different APIs running. So we are seeing a trend towards more consolidation, more platformization, and that's evident in what we said. We did our best number of platformizations this quarter than we've ever done, barring a Q4, which is seasonally strong. So I think that's one trend we're seeing.
All right.
People aren't buying it. And you know what they're all saying? That he's like, that's how Benioff talks when he talks about Salesforce. And there's a piece out today talking about how the Salesforce, the agent force isn't doing well. I know it's just doing average. Mark Benioff, if we were here right now, would be appalled and say that's absolutely not true. No one mentioned Workday, because that's, that means explosion. Remember, from Eschenbach on.
Yes, and Anil Bhusri, the co-founder, is back as the company CEO. But Salesforce is trading at what, 15 times now, Jim? I think I'm right in that multiple.
Yeah,
roughly.
And look, it's at 15 times, and I simply don't believe that it's a nuclear war against those guys. But again, I'm on the wrong side of history right now. By sticking with Salesforce in a small position and sticking with Nikesh in a small position, I'm viewed as being antediluvian and a dinosaur. Perhaps even maybe a velociraptor, just to really narrow things down.
Yes.
Well, it's underperforming the S&P over 10 years. 10 years.
CRM is.
Yeah. 10 years?
Wow.
The first 5 are really good.
Yes.
That's
good. It's good on 20.
It's good.
But not on 10.
Over 10 years.
Should have sold 5 years ago.
That's suboptimal.
It is. It is. It's the dinosaur talking.
A lot of eco data crossing the tape today. A little bit more this morning with Rick Santelli on industrial production. Hey, Rick.
Yes, and there's some dual surprises here. On the industrial production front, these are January numbers. Expecting up a little less than 0.5%, up 0.4%. Almost double, up 0.7. That's a powerful number for IP. That would be the strongest since Feb of 25. Here's the fly in the ointment. Last month's up 0.4 gets downgraded by half to up 0.2. But nonetheless, that is still a very strong number. And if we look at what's going on with utilization, a bit of the opposite. We're expecting 76.5, comes in light at 76.2, and last month's 76.3 moves all the way down to 75.7. So that is indeed a little bit shocking, but 76.2 on our January read. Consider that we started out 2025 at 75.5 utilization. I think that's a better context all in all. And you can see the market's response. Interest rates like this number. Rates are going up a bit. You're up about a basis point on this data. We're hovering near 408 in the 10-year. That's up a little over 2 basis points. Squawk on the Street will return after a short break.
NASDAQ was able to snap that 4-day losing streak and futures in the green again today. A lot of eco data, which we'll dive into. And then tonight, some more earnings on the way. Booking, Dash, eBay, Oxy, Carvana. We'll get Kramer's Mad Dash and count down to the opening bell in just a minute.
All right, let's get to Mad Dash. We're standing up, too, which is always nice. Stretch out the back, these knees. Look at you. You got hokas on. Nobody can see them.
I turned my ankle.
Oh, everything's going to hell.
Everything. It's true.
Everything.
It's true. Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, you know,
I'm not denying.
It only goes one way, unfortunately. But you know what?
But
we
not
got
this, Chief.
No, baby, not that. That's not going anywhere. 5.5 minutes, we get an opening bell. Let's talk a little cadence design.
You have Anirudh coming on. Anirudh Devgan.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
now,
we do. A little later in the program.
He will be able to answer more questions than anyone because he does electronic design automation and is a great partner of NVIDIA.
Right.
And he will tell you this is not. This stock has not been a good performer this year. It's actually, until this morning down. He reported an absolute blowout quarter and showed you without a doubt this industry, which is the complex part of you have the design, you send it over to Taiwan Semi after you get the packaging of Cadence. This company was saved by Lip Bhutan.
Okay.
Then he went to the board of Intel, and now he runs Intel. Intel doing incredibly well now since Lip Bhu took over. I thought that last quarter was not nearly as bad as people thought. But this is a key component in the food chain for the hyperscalers. And the fact that they did a great quarter is saying to me, maybe we just hate these companies too much.
And as you point out, the positive reviews, momentum seen into 2026, says Morgan Stanley. Jim, record backlog visibility, what, 7.8 billion in backlog in terms of when they exited the year. Their guidance looking pretty good. So
I met him, sat down at dinner with him when we went to the CEO conference in Santa Barbara?
Yeah.
I have to tell you, he was the most knowledgeable person I have met other than Jensen Huang when it comes to this. You are going to enjoy his company.
Oh, good. I'm looking forward to the interview. All right, we got an opening bell 4 minutes from now. Don't forget you can catch us anytime, anywhere by listening to and following the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
Keep your eye on the energy complex today. We did get to 64 on crude. Jim, the USS Gerald Ford is making its way into theater. That's literally, we're going to have hundreds of fighter jets in the region of Iran in the coming days.
I said, holy cow, is this a growth stock? It is such a good company to begin with. It's the only one that I would recommend buying here. I do like the Devon combination with Coterra for natural gas.
As we said, we'll get Oxy tonight. Let's get the opening bell for now on the CNBC Real-Time Exchange. At the big board, it is quantum computing firm Inflection, celebrating its listing via stock. We talked to Matt yesterday on Money Movers. And in the NASDAQ, it's QuantumScape, a lithium metal battery company.
I know that it's never been clear that their technology works. It's been a very tough own. But a lot of people at one point were much more focused on battery technology, solid state, whatever. David, you know, batteries, such a focus for so long and really de-emphasized in this country.
Yeah, well, CATL, the Chinese company, is by far the leader when it comes to batteries. Obviously, very important part of the business for Tesla, and one that has been growing dramatically is the battery part of their business. But you're right. We got to mine a lot more lithium and figure out a way to make a lot more batteries here if we don't want to be in some way dependent on the Chinese.
Yeah, well, I mean, so often, it comes back down to where the Chinese are ahead of us economically, but we're projecting power globally, and which is the right one. Obviously, the president wants to focus on both. It's very difficult to do what I call guns and butter. We had that with Lyndon Johnson, and it didn't work. Got to be very careful. Guns and butter in Vietnam, you just don't want to be there where you're trying to raise money to go with defense and domestic spending.
Yeah, well, we're still in the middle of a partial shutdown of the government. The president has not presented a budget to Congress, which normally they do in the first week of February or so.
Yeah, we're in a kind of uncharted waters in a lot of different ways. David, on this Iran issue, I mean, you can almost imagine that there's going to be people who say, you know what, I thought they told us to rebel, and then we rebel, where did it get us, and now what?
Well, that is a question as to, the president's social media posts at the time saying they would have their back. We don't know the numbers of people who were murdered in Iran, but they're far higher than the official tally. We know that much. Perhaps well over 10,000 people. So it bears watching. There are many who believe that these talks will, I mean, I don't know, who knows, Carl, where they're going to go, these talks right now. They may have a couple more weeks left. They're trying to obviously get the Iranians to completely give up their nuclear program and building missiles. We'll see where it ends up.
Well, after Venezuela, I mean, I was fishing off of Venezuela. And, you know, I was 5 miles from Venezuela. You were kind of told that was fine, as long as you stuck with the line.
We're coming to the pivot point.
Oil tankers.
I'm here.
And come back 3 days later, they blow up an oil tanker. They run there and they take one hostage, whatever. We are so clueless about what they plan to do.
Oh, you're an idiot.
It is day to day. I think people who think that there's a master plan, David.
Joe Biden gave him billions.
Master plan?
No master plan.
Made him rich.
All right, well, it is another risk potentially for the market.
Killed us on oil and made them rich.
One moment at the best performing sector.
Case closed.
Financials, which kind of got hit yesterday.
Well, we hit
on
the
this
pivot
flattening
point.
of the curve.
Right.
XLF had
Shut up, you idiots. Oh, we're open. Well, this changes everything. How dare you be late? Look at that, right to the pivot point. VICTORY, that is my battle cry. And I didn't get in this trade in time. Right to my support area. Today's the 18th. See if we can come back down there again. Beep, 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 beep. Okay, here we come. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. We're at a support level here on the S/ES. Triple top. Where we hit the 200 this morning, that would have been my scalp. Oh. We got a symmetrical flag getting ready to break out. Now the fat cats are still bearish, and all the institutional people are telling them people to move their money around. But I don't know if that's a good idea or not. Kind of a little too late. So we got 686s where we're looking at them. And I want to put this price line across here and see if we can hold. La 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 la. Triple top, quad breakout. Right there to the penny. Bam. We got NVIDIA up 333, $3.33. Amazon, PLTR. I called that out the other day in my video. We hit the 200 EMA. We're at 116 now on them 686 calls. Well, that's looking good. Looking good. 116. Scalping the lottos. There it is. Let's hold. Might not hold. $110. $116 and $110 for the 686s. With a good stop on it. Do you understand? Jim Cramer. We're at 125. I could make a business, but are we going to break the VWAP? 131. How's he do it? Are we going to get 685.11? Ladies and gentlemen, exit the trade or position yourself. Exit the trade. Please, exit the trade. Okay, I'm done. See y'all later. Successful beach trade. I've never felt so good in my life. Angel, I love you. I take off my shoes. Oak. Large insider buy on DraftKings, but I don't trade DraftKings. But a gambler would. Okay. Oh, look at that SPX. Triple top, quad top here. Ladies and gentlemen, right to the 200 on the SPY. Yeah. So they're at 154. So if I took the SPY, you could have took the SPX with it. Especially the pullback to the 9. Looks like an alligator chart. Might have to change that around. That is, I think that is. Eight, 9, and the 50. None of that makes any sense. Edmund. I don't want that either. There she goes, 171. We broke the 200, going higher. Come back and retest the VWAP if happens. I'd be at 14. Wow. Okay. Let's see, the CCI Ripster chart. Haven't used that in a while. Now what the hell did I just do? I don't know what I did, but I screwed that up. Okay, we came back down and hit the VWAP on the SPY, just like Jimmy said. But it bounced right back up real fast. You got a lot with a 34 on me. Somebody bring back memories. Okay, here we come. Getting ready to pull back here. We're at the VWAP. Today's percentage loser is PANW, down 13 points, 1361. AMD is at my support level, down 528. I have 199.55. We double bottom at 194. We got Mr. at 127. CrowdStrike down again. Home Depot was way overbought. PLTR, man, that thing looks nice. We're about to my resistance level on PLTR. And we did come back and retest the 200. What's the name of this one here? I'm going to say RSI candle. Sneaky Jake. EMS. That is candlestick. Now that's right. So what was this one here? Fib TTM. Okay. Get ready. We got a 1, 2, 3 right here. We got three black crows. So let's do this again. Tim and Jim, how'd I get over here? God darn it. Why'd I do that? $110. I'm just trying to get this thing fixed. Yeah. This is one of the most manipulated markets I've ever seen in my lifetime. It's like revenge trade. This is how I do it. When it out 129, new traders get out. We're at the VWAP. James, I can't believe it. My success rate was like one good trade out of every 10. Now that I follow your strategy, I'm up $300 in less than 2 minutes. Is there anything I can do for you or make your life more comfortable? Just listen to some of my hit records, please. The question is, are we going to hold the VWAPs? Can you repeat that trade you just called out? Why, of course. Here we have a tweezer bottom with a higher low on that candle right there. Then we came back and I called this flag out and we took the trade and run it up. And then it pulled back again, and this is what you call the 1, 2, 3 setup. So you take and put your trend line on 143. Oh my gosh. So we got the 2 bits with a wick and a freebie body, and we're at 138. We could go ahead and sell right here. Out at 137. Zippity-doo-dah, zippity-day. Oh, what a feeling going my way. That's how you do it. We just made a higher high. See what happens? We're at 168. I just left $300 on the table. Should have held it. I really should have, but I wanted to be a show off. 180. $350. $500 on the table. NVIDIA is at the 200, could be a little overbought. AMD's at the 200. We're at 199. We got a double bottom on the Meta. This could reverse. Double bottom on Meta. Regreta's up. IWM boom. La 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 la. Wow. 188. That was a beautiful setup today on the SPY. I could turn that baby down. Now it's at 194. $2. Woo! I had CRM on watch. Well, them pumps, when them people talk about them on the, you just got to wait them out, because that thing pulled back. I would have probably took that trade this morning. And PLTR talked about Apple. Apple's at support. Might have went a little bit below it. Yeah. So there's your support level right there. Go get me some cider. So we got Apple at support. First part of it in a way, and that orb stopped right there. That's on a 5-minute. Beautiful, man. That is just beautiful. Now I'm wishing I took the SPX with it. Well, I got a resistance line here for some reason on the /ES. Tesla. What's Tesla doing today? Tesla's holding up. We hit that 410 support again today. I'll be right back. Hello, YouTube. We're breaking out. For I'm Washboardjim, the thinking strategist behind the sneaky snake trading strategy, where I talk about chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. See if we get a pullback here. 69.04. Do you understand? On the S/ES. Let me look at the SPX reversal here. February the 18th, VIM 6800 strike, put a little bit too far out of the money. So I'm going to go bigger and just buy one. The 6850s. $7.20. Put. Don't trade this one with me at all. Go again. Put a tight stop on her, baby. Very risky. Tesla just had a big pop. Unitary shows China it is a serious player in the robot market. Cost is still an issue. Tesla stocks. Tesla stock. Oh God, what happened here? Oh, there it goes. I just lost that one. Shit. I'm out. Out at $6, lost 120. $120. So where was that about Tesla? Elon Musk delivers a cyber cab. It got another self-driving boost. I want to see what this Tesla cab looks like. It'll probably bounce back up now. Tesla CY Cyber. YouTube. How you like that? I don't know. It better be a good drive because it don't look safe.
I'm at the 2026 Chicago Auto Show and I'm checking out the latest from Tesla. This is the Cybercab, and it is a fully autonomous vehicle. Notice there is no steering wheel, no pedals. This is a two-seater that is going to be kind of like an Uber where you can hail a ride from them. And notice there's no rear window. There's no side mirrors because there is no driver. It is a fully autonomous vehicle that uses cameras all around the car to see where it's going. And this particular vehicle
Nice call off Apple. Look at Apple now. Apple's at resistance. Yeah, she'll drop now and I'm going to be very upset. IWM's really looking good today. QQQ's looking good today. SPY's pulled back to the previous resistance. This is one I probably should have frickin' held, but we'll see. That it didn't go too good on me. There's your three black crows. Remove. I'm gonna go get a couple chips and some salsa. Got a hold right here. And I gotta get rid of that chart. I don't want an alligator chart. Much better. Could have come back to the 100. Yeah, I should have held him. I'd have bought one. That's where I made my mistake on the put. I'd be up. So that was a mistake. I should have held it and bought two more up here. Or one. And I wouldn't have lost $120. I'd have got out even. A little better. PLTR hit my resistance. And what's that one stock? FISV. FISV. I'd wait for a little around $62, $61.70. $62. See if that holds. This would be a long swing, but I'm not trading it. AMD breaking out. Now I'm back down on my SPX. I'm not I'm not in it. I don't know if I want that chart on there or not. Oh, SPY. No, that's an old one. No 51. Got a double top on the SPY. God. We're bullish. Red Book retail sales. U.S. building permits are up big time. Oh, early birthday wish. Should you sell MFA? Wow. I would almost do it. I'd be freaking out. We're almost to the 1058, and you could get this thing up to 1178. 1058 or 1178. We got a triple top breakout. So 1058 or 1178. I'd sell it today. I'd put stop on it. That's on the weekly. We're getting close to resistance right now. On the yearly, it's 1108. So yeah, I'd be taking profit. See if it holds that cloud. I'd set a stop around 1020, 1019, 1018, somewhere in there. 1019, a little bit under 1019. It doesn't look like it's up that much there, though, does it? Tesla's flagging out. That's a nice call this morning on AMD. No miss. Meta had a double bottom bounce. It's up $8 on my Meta call. The video bounced off the 200 that I mentioned. And Apple double bottom from yesterday's close, or bottom there. Do a head and shoulders. Now I'm gonna have a banana. Go get my coffee and I'll be right back. Let's see if there's any cleavage on Schwab. Oh God, no cleavage. Sam. You did that on purpose. Don't laugh. Her and I'd make a good couple. Give me your money. Give me your money. Okay, we are showing some bearishness here. And what do we got right here? Let's see what this is. That's the 51. The old 51. But we're going to change that to, this is one I used to trade with before I found the 63. So we'll change this here to 63. Make that red. No, let me see here. 5121. Let me see. She held, Randy. Now you're back up there at the top again. Double, triple, almost a triple top, double top. I think this is going to tell you to sell it or not right here. You think it's going to break. Warm it up, Willie. There she goes. Want to watch fixed income? Well, looks to me like a pretty good little rebound here. Amazon and Nvidia I got a 191.90 resistance from yesterday, long, on Nvidia, 191.90. Now I'm gonna give you some peace of mind here. When you're in the good stocks, like Nvidia, Amazon. These are my top stocks. Tesla, Apple, Google, Microsoft, Meta, and Google. And we have like a little sell-off that we had, and you have the money, that would be the time to add on. If you knew we were at a support or not. And I've been here telling you we have been. You know, one way to find out, first thing you got to do is bring up your daily and your weekly time frames and see how close you are. Now see, we have a, I don't know what that's probably off the 1 year. Let me see. Yeah, that's off 1 year. So extend that to the right, or can I? Oh yeah, that's a good spot. We broke out of that last couple of days, cost. That was my resistance, so that's no big deal there. But the quantum stocks are all up. IONQ, as I was told, was the better of the. That was a good shot. Head and Shoulders. I'd have took that trade this morning. Maybe. Quantum Speed Technologies is targeting multi-trillion-dollar infrastructure efficiency opportunity. This is IONQ. It's a must to be on the watch list. JP Morgan. Okay, we're flagging out. We've got a little wedge. Pay attention. From Washboardjim. We got a yin yang support with a fallen wedge. I'm gonna give it a shot. How does that grab you? Ooh, 101,000 on the 687s. We've had a pretty good run. That's the only thing that's kind of pulled me back here. I'm not in them, I'm still watching. $688. Dadgummit, I missed it. I had a 67 cents there. 167. Oh well. I'd go get my coffee.
Oak. Oh.
Missed it. I should have took that trade. About 30 cents. I had another wedge here. Not as pretty as that SPX. SPY. 1 year ago today. Look back. Oh, we got plug up, not much. RGTI up 82 cents. Looking at my Crocs. Oh, Crocs. I haven't looked at Crocs in a long time. That used to be a good trade. Crocs had a big bounce off earnings. Goldman Sachs maintains a sell on Crocs, raises price target to 81. Williams downgrades it. Stifel hold. Crocs boost their forecasts after upbeat fourth quarter. Why in the hell are you downgrading something and then they boost it? When a company boosts a forecast, they're purposely wanting to bring this market down. That should be an upgrade, not a downgrade. And it's not overbought. Well, maybe a little bit. No, not really, not on the yearly. Got a new high on the SPY and SPX. I made a bad trade there. I should have got in that and had it already. It's up 217. I didn't see where it was at the top. Oak. got a double top on SPY. So we're waiting Fed meeting minutes. Usually the market's down waiting for the Fed meeting minutes. So we're going to get a pullback before the minutes start. Question to ask. Puts are cheap. I'm going for it. I'm going to do it. $118, $117. The 688 puts. 688 puts at 117. Printing that money. He'll probably say nice things. He knows his job's coming to an end soon. Well, God darn it. 112. VICTORY. Let's break down this crab apple pie. Let's bring it down to the 687.17. Duplicate. Duplicate. Oh God. Do not break out. SPY puts scalping the lotto strike 688 at 117. Hey Nancy, can you get me some ice cream? Damn it. Why? Crypto to lead the way to finance and future. Live on CNBC, Trump Jr. says, lead the way to crypto is the lead the way to the finance in the future. Now I'm at 102 now. Blotch. It's twice I've done this. But I'm still in it to win it. If it doesn't, if it goes below $1, I'll get out. No. Gotta turn around. Oh yeah. Copy. Everybody knowing how, everybody going how. Take a little time and do what you gonna do. Take a little time. Let's go down, down, down. Go down. Outside 102, man, that would have been pretty. Grabbing at 102. After this trade, I will be going into the kitchen and prepare lunch. Back to even. Housing starts were up 100%. So we believe that we've done our job and we're going to let the next guy come in and run the Fed. And then the market tanks. Right now I'm up $30. I don't know what to do. I'm up 50. Having panic attacks. 3 black crows ain't enough.
Delivery. And I think they've been
Dash is down big.
More so than their competitors.
They're
So
pumping Dash.
Successful diversification here, at least into other verticals. And then the other one is they, they at least in the U.S. market, they have maintained leading market share. And
No,
it's
they
not
have.
sure the secret sauce is, other than they've just been exceptionally good at executing and getting more merchants, more restaurants
Wingstop
onto their
post
network,
upbeat
and
fourth quarter.
improving delivery times, improving satisfaction scores with consumers, better matching up the best couriers, best dashers with leading merchants.
Nothing in here on Dash.
They've done a pretty good job at just kind of blocking and tackling, and it shows in what is.
They adjust their earnings down. I mean, the projections down.
They've gotten to that position in part through acquisitions, but mostly through just really good execution.
With a buy rating.
I don't know that there are any structural advantages beyond that, but
I'm still at 116 here on my put.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like the diversification, as you say, more merchants seems to be working for them, particularly with those other
We're getting ready to squeeze again.
I see you've got an outperform rating on DoorDash. I believe you have a $360 price target. Is that right? I mean, that's a considerably considerable upside from here. What gets us there?
Well, who in the hell?
And does any of the AI concerns we're seeing out there right now affect a name in an industry like this, do you think?
Well, let's go backwards on that. So on AI, but possibly, I would think that AI would be a tool that should help. I mean, AI is a dramatic productivity enhancer.
Okay.
You know, we've seen that with.
Let's reverse this thing now.
With Meta, we've seen it. The amount of investments that are going into AI is staggering. I mean,
102.
listen to CapEx, capital expenditures, the numbers that are being thrown.
I got
out
what I
by
wanted.
Names like Google and Meta and Amazon. The reason it's shockingly so high is because the demand is so high.
I'm in at 117 and 102 now on the puts.
They can't keep up with demand. That's why they're spending so much on CapEx. So there clearly is a large amount of investment.
I think we need to have a pullout. Will Jim win his trade?
In this too, it's a little less clear how.
Will Washboardjim win his trade?
It improves the productivity of their developers and their engineers. The physical manifestation of AI for them, of course, is going to be robotics. Now you have self-driving cars, so that's been a huge issue, overhang issue, investor concern issue for a name like an Uber and a Lyft. We don't. The challenges with fully autonomous delivery are much greater. You have to somehow address the final 10 feet problem. That'll be solved one day, but that's a long ways off. But what I appreciate about DoorDash is that's one of their investment areas this year, is that they are investing in kind of robotic delivery vehicles, whether they're sidewalk robots or what have you. And I think they'll need to do that kind of investment. So it's very unclear to me how that'll play out. I just think that the investments that they're making in that space make a lot of sense.
Yeah, it's the payoff that everyone wants to see, but I suppose the market has to be
Nvidia.
But sitting up a comfortable 6% right now heading into this report card, so I really appreciate the setup, Mark. That is Mark Mahaney there, Senior Managing Director, Internet Research, Evercore ISI. Let's trade it now with Tom White, host of
Okay.
Fast Market. And obviously this has come off quite a bit this year, but we are sitting up today, and obviously we've had Evercore ISI with a
Evercore.
360, considerable upside from here, but you heard what Mark had to lay out there. What
Oh,
was the
Mark's full of
approach
shit.
this morning for this name, Tom?
Well, yeah, the bar's pretty low on this one, off about nearly 40% from those all-time highs that we saw last year. So it's been, on a downturn.
Well, I think I got this one wrong.
Market's pricing in about a plus or minus $20 move in the shares either way. That's nearly 12% in either direction on a one-day move. So I looked at a strategy that takes advantage, kind of align with Mark's sentiment here. If you think this stock's going to continue to rally, it's having a nice day today ahead of those earnings. Got a bullish call diagonal here.
Chipotle's up $1.30.
Advantage of that vol dispersion. So I went out to the March 6th.
It's breaking out even.
Expire in just 2.5 weeks, about 16 days. And I bought the slightly in the money 172.5 strike call. And then against it, I used that one standard deviation about there. I went out to February 20th monthly options that expire in just 2 days.
Disney's breaking out.
Call. So a bullish $17.5 wide call diagonal.
Boeing's at the 200 and bounced up.
On here. It's probably trading closer to $10 now. Stock has continued to move higher, but the debit you pay is going to be your risk on this. So you're paying a lot less than the width of this bullish call diagonal because of that vol dispersion I talked about.
Microsoft hit my support level at 395.31 yesterday, and I didn't see it.
Selling about 180% implied volatility in that near-term February 20th monthly options on the 190 strike call. So a bullish $17.5 wide call diagonal. Anything above about 175, 176 is going to be profitability. You want it to go to about
I'm still in these
190,
suckers.
but because you're paying less than the width of it, anything above about 175.
We got a triple top now.
And you'll also have that ability to roll that short option a couple times, creating more credits, increasing potential profitability, but definitely a bullish call diagonal here, taking advantage of that vol dispersion.
All right, looking ahead to DoorDash, that's an example trade for us. Let's see if it delivers.
Delivers.
Thanks so much for that, Tom White. We have got stocks high for this Wednesday day of
No
trading.
pun
Look at
intended.
these FOMC minutes later on this afternoon. Thanks so much for joining us here on Morning Trade Live this morning. I'm Sam Barnes. Download the Schwab Network app available in the Apple App Store. Tune in 24/7 on schwabnetwork.com. Trading 360 with Marley up next.
Oh, God.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking. The checking
Suspected
account built for
spam caller.
named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals.
Shut up. AMD had 3 white soldiers on the 5-minute. Tesla's got a triple top.
Hey, Jimbo.
Hey, hello.
Hey, gotta get on with a customer like in 1 minute, but your fix is touching the 200 SMA on the hourly. Just don't point that out.
That's a good deal then, right?
Yeah. And
For
I would look for
pullback?
bounce.
A bounce?
Yeah, I'd look for bounce. Sorry. A bounce on VIX.
Okay.
So yes, a pullback on the S. You got 7 more points. So 1859 on VIX is your 200 estimate.
Yeah, I'm in put. So we'll see here.
Your next call wall on the S, if it just decides to run, your next call very seriously doubt it can make it past that because there's a lot of gates sitting there.
10-4.
I think they're trying to pump it for OPEX and then freaking drop it during the Fed minutes.
Huh, I didn't think about OPEX.
Yeah, the dealers had to cover their ass this morning, which is why they ran into the roof. I just overslept and freaking my phone was on Partner and it wasn't, so it was dead, no alarm this morning. Missed the whole move.
I'm thinking that Powell wants to leave on a good grace, so he's going to be as kind to the market as he can be.
Yeah, he might, but like I said, the zero gates dealers is 68.60. So they ran it all the way up to the first call wall, which was 69.15. They blew through it and hit it with the second call wall, which is 69.30.
Well, we're thinning out right now.
Yeah, yeah. You got top wicks on the 15-minute candles, which is what I normally try to judge reversals by, is how big the 15-minute candle wicks are.
Oh, 15-minute, huh?
Yeah.
Tesla just broke out of the triple top.
I
Tesla,
y'all have a good day.
Tesla got some good news later. Come on, drop, 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 drop. I see a little bit more. I'm up, finally. What's the fuck is that? 65. Boom. Now we got a quad. Microsoft moving up. Moved up $1. Garmin, Grmn. I haven't done that one in a while. I think I did Garmin when they upgraded the map thing. Grmn. Nice. Wingstop posts upbeat earnings. Garmin stock is surging. It's more than a solid earnings. Previous buyback plan of 500 million. So Garmin had good earnings. That's probably a little bit overbought. If I remember where I traded it before, yeah, this thing's way overbought. $150% Wingstop. I mean Garmin. Spires knew I got out at that 104. Because I just don't like this higher low shit. That'd been when I wish I'd stayed in the calls. Out of that breakout of that wedge. Or I called it right here. Because these calls are up. 319. Wonder if it's going to be good now. I just feel like a put's coming. Here comes the big one. $0.88. Here it is. 88 cents. We'll give her another shot. Saw a guy yesterday invest $100,000 in a trade and made $347. I asked him, I said, what did it do? Jump up 2 cents? 3 cents? Before he sold it? There it is. Come on. Don't break. Just a big old fat knife. Two-headed snake right here, or a head and shoulders. FDA Chief Marty Makary says everything should be over the counter unless drug is unsafe or addictive. I'd like to see you push that rule. May I have some Demerol, please, or some Dilantin? I remember in high school, kids used to snort Dilantin in class, and I go, what the hell's wrong with you people? Demerol. If I remember, Demerol. That back in the 70s. '96, '97, I'm up. Let's drop it. Red Book retail sales. IWM's at the 21. Come on, baby. Drop. There it is. It's either I sell it now and collect $60. We hit the 50. Puts her in play, he says. We'll see. They're faking me out. Oak. Well, I'm in the puts at the 50 SMA. Stop to drop for payday. I'll get her done, and I'll go out and lay in the sun. General Motors still up. Coin at 170. Kathy Wood is very happy. I'd say that was a beauty. If I was to trade Coin or Mister, it'd be Coin. Double bottom, I mean snake breakout. We got a double top resistance here. 176.67 target. Now I'm back up on my puts. Come on, baby. I was down 80 cents or it's either a sell now, take the small gain, or wait for the train. Let's get to this 63. Come on. You can do it. I'm up a... Come on. $63 MA. I'm up a $100 bill. Oh, do you see what I see on the /ES? Oh, 69.10. Another $7 dip with a megaphone. But we're bullish right now. Oh, on that SPY, I had a pivot point this morning. I hope I didn't erase this. We're at $1. Yeah. I want to talk to you about how I figured out this pullback support right here. This is on the 30-minute. So I don't know if I timed that on the 30-minute. We'll go to the 5-day, 5-minute. I'm at 104 now. If you're in this put, please sell them. Unless you think it's going to go more. $106. So on the pivot point, yeah, I'm going to get out of these things. I hit my target. Ladies and gentlemen, we just hit the 63 EMA on the pullback. My target has been hit. So if you think you can make a business decision, do it now. Nancy, may I have a shot of vodka and a Valium? Out at 102. Now I'm going to have some lunch. Okay, Galvin, what did you think about that? Sheba? And Green Machine is listening. Mark? and Subway. I'm seeing some old friends in here. Joe, Jesse, and Bug, and my sweetheart Angel. Link always shows up. Never has nothing to say, but he likes me, or she does. And Ruffles Stinchkin. So, I hope everybody took a moment of silence for Jesse Jackson. I agreed with him at once until he turned into a redneck. But I still appreciate him. I have nothing against that man. But he's still... It's 4 p.m. London time. Do you know where your trades are? Yes. I'm out of the put. I did it again, matey. Hey, is that Bug Bite? Is that... Ha 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 ha! Go to chat. I'm going to go to Bug's channel. And subscribe. I'll be your only subscriber. That's true friend. Well, that's good to hear, Machine. At least I ain't ruining your mind. AMD new high. Jim, your call out on AMD. That was magnificent. We had the two black crows right here. Boom! Now, if this thing dips below 688.04, I might get back in the puts. And run it to the VWAP. At 686.46. Do you understand? Investors await Fed meeting. Oh. I need to print out my receipt before I forget. Almost forgot about that thing. Five IRS adult triggers to avoid. Has everybody got their taxes figured out on their how to trade, how to make? Don't forget to do your taxes. Huh. Henriette Flora. Still thinking about it? Yes. Girl, you didn't send me my receipt. Itinerary notification. Oh. God. These people are nuts. Sorry, baby, I can't afford you all. I can't find my... It broke out. So it didn't go below my red line. We've got a double top now at shoulder line, head and shoulders. Replied to your comment. I'll get one more look. If I can't find her, I'm going to call her. Yep, it's Jim again. How'd you know that? I can't. Oh. How about you? I can't find my receipt.
Okay, let me see here. Just a minute. Hopefully it'll let me print it here, or I can send it again.
Yeah. I've looked over it 3 or 4 times.
Well, I can email it to you again. Yeah, here it is right here. I'll just email it over, okay?
Okay.
All right. Thank you very much.
Happy 2026.
You too.
Yes, ma'am. Bye. You better send it to me. Prostate test. Prostate P test. What? Has anybody ever had a prostate P test? I was very misogynistic when I picked my doctor because I wanted a woman. Oh, Carthage. Well, let's see who this is. Always clean. This is Jim. May I help you? Well, I gave you 10 seconds to answer. You didn't do it, so goodbye. We're kind of just going sideways here. I ain't seen anything scalping yet. So,
Nancy plays a game. Everyone loses but her. Nancy doesn't care. Nancy only wants more. Nancy, she doesn't even see you. Jim's gonna shit on your face. Retail traders gonna shit on your face too, just for being you. Little people scream, but she can't hear in her tower. So high, it's all a blur. The pain below. Does she even know the damage done?
Google's double topping. Sit on your face too, just for being you. Traders gonna sit on your face too, just for being you, just for being you, Nancy. Just for being you. PayPal. Had them bad earnings. And it hit my resistance. 41.79 what I have on here from the bottom. Double top on the 5-day. People are probably getting out of that trade. Unless it got some news. PayPal deadline alert. Faruqi and Faruqi LLP reminds PayPal investors of securities class action deadline April 20th. Ugh. Ugh. You know, this has gone on a little bit too long, don't you think? This stock needs to make a decision. And I'm going to make a decision. I've got my last bowl of soup I'm going to eat with some Texas toast. Some days you just got to wait for the action. And that's today is the day. Today's the day. Oh, Marley. Oh, dang. I hate to say it, but she is kind of cute. Just don't tell her I said that. It's none of her damn business. So let's look at something different after I go get... This is a scan that I have. I think I have it titled wrong. BBAI is up 20 cents. 13 million in volume. I had a 386. I was 2 cents off of my support level yesterday, and I wasn't watching it. Maybe if I watched it, I would have took that trade. But red line support level at 379. So we got a break. This is zone right here. Now watch. I'll show a trick. To that body, and that's your resistance level, 482. And create the alert, mark at or above. And I'm going to type in resistance. Today's the day. Okay, I've been using my time incorrectly today. I should be doing what I'm doing right now. Setting up alerts, watching my SPX or SPY, and it looked like it broke out of the resistance line, but I'm not sold on it yet to buy it. And when I have the BBI, Nancy, no, Nancy. Okay, 482 resistance. I'm going to give this to Florence. Florence, you got your ears on, baby? BB AI 4.82 resistance to break. Public meeting advances Halo microreactor. We're starting to show a little bit of bearishness. If we don't hold this 63, Putsville I am in. For at least $3. Morgan Stanley's up $5. Shop's up 9. That's having a good run. AVGO's up 410. Now I thought that had some bad news the other day. CrowdStrike up 479. A lot of big moves today. Where's the pullback? Right at 63. Totally different day today than yesterday. SPX. Oh, that's a SPY. Fuck. La 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 la. I don't want to do the SPX today. Cancel. Okay, I'm going to give her another shot. Just got to wait. Get 82 cents. There it is. Okay. Don't take this trade with me unless you are in a risk. On the first day of Christmas, I wanted a dip for me. Come on. You could do it. Randy. We're at 90 cents. Can we drop? Oh, God. 94. Give me $1. Did I ever tell you that your grandma tastes good, especially that wax that's right under her ears? I'm going to change that. Turn it yeller. 96 cents. Make a business decision. Yes. 99 cents. For I am the master chicken framer. Picture framer. Chicken. Come on. No tweezer bottom. I see 2 crows. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Jim, I was sitting here watching with my grandma, and she was in there making biscuits and gravy, and she heard you yell, and she come running in here in the living room, tripped and fell, and jumped right back up. She said, Jimmy! Out of the die. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. We hit the 200 EMA. $200 EMA in 1 minute. I'm so glad I put that 200 EMA on there. It's increased my profitability by at least 10-15%. And this thing could drop more. But I'm going to go eat. From Washboardjim, and I deserve it. Oh, who's this? Toll Brothers.
They're moving consistently. Now what they're doing...
Housing starts were up. That's a good idea.
...is servicing that luxury client, and that's because they have larger lots, they have more amenities, they have more flexibility in terms of their models, versus other builders like Pulte. They're really going after those first-time home buyers where it's a smaller lot, it's entry-level pricing.
Thank you, baby.
Actually minimizing.
Put some clothes on.
Just to allow people to buy because housing has become so...
Oh, look at that.
And it's, generally speaking, Toll Brothers has been outperforming.
106. Shit. Puts with 108. Well, hot diggity dog, they went to 110. Magnificent, did you get some puts? Anybody in here got some puts with Bobo? No, Jim, we're just watching you be a master at what you do. 115, 116, holy 120. Okay. Nancy, get out of the bathroom. I need to go take a shit. There's my put play. I was a master picture framer for 18 years. Now I'm a master sanitizer for 21. And I started selling Electrolux at the age of 15 years old. Today's Poop to Learn book. You may have a body clock. Your circadian rhythm controls not just sleep, but hormone levels. I ain't been horny lately, that's for sure. Digestion, mood, and even body temperature. Light exposure resists it daily. It resets it. Light exposure resets it daily, which is why jet lag and late night screens can make you feel terrible. Every cell in your body follows this internal schedule, not just your brain. So I wake up with a heart on. What triggers that? There's no sun. Maybe that'll come later. You have a body clock. Do 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 do. Me and my drum. Marley. She's got the perfect teeth. Well, I'm okay. Not a red trade yet. But I have a feeling this could be worth a lot more money. At least get it down to this here previous resistance. And then reverse back to the upside. You want to bet? There's your 120 again. Get ready to buy the calls. I'm flipping over to the calls. Dang, man, 27. I left $200 on the table. So we're going to jump over to the 688s in the call center. I'm going to set an alert right above the 200 EMA. Mark at below 687.28. Now I could jump in here at 80 cents, and I should have, but I didn't. Why? Because if you count each in, oh, here we come. I would jump in it in a way. I'd wait for my 200. We're bearish under the 9. Now on the 5 minute, let's go over here to the BBAI bouncing there. What am I, SPY? Okay, we're at 79 cents. Prepare ye in the name of the Lord. Three black crows on the 5 minute. $6.88. 79 cents. 78. Here it is. 79 cents. This is kind of risky. I jumped in it because of that green candle, but if it stays green. Oh, no, I'm in calls. Oh, these are calls. Shit. Okay. Scalping the calls. Hold this support. We got, reason I'm holding, I got in this trade was a double bottom, and then kind of using that as a triple bottom. And I jumped in at the third crow into the fourth candle. So I'm hoping we can hold here. And I'm going to call this a triple bottom. With 3 black whores falling down. 4 black whores. If I said that around a liberal, they'd say I was a racist. We're at the 200 on the 2 minute. We're under the cloud on the 2 minute. So I'm up $100 right here. Make a business decision. As we hit the cloud, 89 cents. If we break the cloud, we jump up. Now we're at 91. 94. I don't know how he does it. How's he do it? Come on. Don't fall.
Ready.
Break out.
Washboardjim trade stocks at dawn. He's got his eye on the charts till the night is gone. Patterns dance like a wild old song. Breakouts rip and dips of gold. He's got the secrets the wise ones hold. 3 black they're gonna take flight. Washboardjim, yeah, he knew it. All right. How does he do it? How does he do it?
How's he do it?
Averages, they paint the tail up and down like a shipping gale. Catching the wind, he sets the
Chip and
sail.
Dale.
Green candles climb, the bears retreat. Jim's got rhythm, the markets beat. 3 black holes in the morning light. Bull flags waving like they're gonna take flight. Washboardjim, yeah, he knew it. All right. How does he do it?
How's he do it?
How does he do it?
He's up $100 bill. Sell that shit. Make a mooney at 190. Ooh, 95 cents. 96 cents, eh? I think you need to do something. Did anybody take this trade with me? Probably not. Oh, $1.02. Hallelujah. The Student Bible Dictionary, 110. You gotta be kidding me. I'm out. 117. Woo! I don't know how he does it. Motherfucker's tough. Woo! Sometimes you just gotta follow the boss. How does he do it? Oh my gosh. Ain't that pretty? I don't know why. I think I told you why I took it. Double bottom. Triple bottom. That's why I took it. And you're at the shoulder line. A triple top. On the spy. Hey. That's how you do it. BINGO. I'm going to bring you back to your childhood.
Network when you start a new job.
There was a farmer who had a dog, and Bingo was his name. Oh,
B-I-N-G-O, 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 and Bingo was his name. Oh.
There was a farmer who had a dog, and Bingo
What was his name? Oh. I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O, B-I-N-G-O, and Bingo was his name. Oh.
There was a farmer who had a dog, and Bingo was
his name? Oh.
N-G-O,
B-I-N-G-O, N-G-O. N-G-O. Bingo was his name. Thank you very much. We have a triple top breakout. We're at resistance again. So I did 2 successful puts and 4 successful calls just trading SPY today. Live on CNBC, Donald Trump Jr. says, lead the way to crypto to lead the way to finance in the future. Irish government mulls plan to ban social media for teens. Irish government mulls plans to ban social media for teens. I think that's a good idea. There's too much, let's say, tranny news in the media today. Hey, Dad, do you mind if I wear a dress tomorrow? I'm 6 years old. Dad, can I wear a dress tomorrow to school? Say, what? Dad, please. I don't think I can make it as a parent these days. It'd be homeschooling for sure. And I'd start him trading right about 10 years of age. The hell with your childhood. You'll start trading, son, and you'll be a millionaire when you're 16. I'll show you how to do it. We kind of got a megaphone now that I look at this thing. Okay. Don't forget to hit that like button on YouTubers. Say something. You want me to look at something? Anybody in YouTube? NQ? Are you trading NQ? No. Wonder how that would come up. /NQ? Mini NASDAQ 100 futures. I could trade it. I'll tell you how I'd trade it. I would go to my tick. 100 ticks first. And that's too, I don't like it on there. And I don't like it on there. I don't like it on there. I don't like it on there. Put it on the 5 day. Okay. On tick. On /NQ futures. mini NASDAQ 100 indice futures. Do you see what I see? It's the same thing that I pointed out on the SPY. Megaphone. Megaphone. And the pivot point is going to be the day low. We'll just run a pivot point. Well, it's kind of like to bring it up just a little bit. And it's just right under the orb, the pivot point. Just right below it. Right there. Touch, 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 touch. There's your pivot point channel. Right there. So somewhere in there, when it pulls back, we got a triple top. Or a quad, but a triple. It's a megaphone pattern. Dow rises, tech stocks gain. I had a girl at the IRS told me that her advisor told her to get out of the market, that we were going to have a big correction. I disagree with that thought. Let's bring this up. Let's see if we can find this on a... There we are. Let's look at the weekly time frame. We've had a good run. I mean, there's no doubt. But we got a triple bottom right here. We've already hit the triple bottom. And it got a gap. So you got a triple bottom at the bottom of the gap.
Yeah, I'm back.
What's that?
That I'm back.
He's back. He's back. He's glad to be back.
Back in the saddle.
That's right. What's my support on the SPY? Vegas is asking.
Have you become a millionaire today?
I've...
Again?
Close to it.
Yeah, that was an awesome run from the start. I so hate that I missed that.
Yeah, I did. I got in on it, but I got out way too soon.
You get out when it hit the 200?
I got out at 150, and it... No. Yeah, a little bit past it.
That would scare me too.
Double top.
Yep.
On the second dip.
Remarking it.
Yeah.
I'm still just sitting here waiting for a pullback for the freaking, because the VWAP and the 200 SMA on the 2-minute chart are stacked dead on each other. That's kind of what I want to hit if I'm looking for a pullback.
You got the VWAP, right?
Yeah, if you look at the ES 2-minute chart, you see that VWAP and 200 SMA are sitting dead on top of each other. That would be a hell of a lot of support.
No, I don't see that on the 2-minute. Oh, that's the 100 and the 200.
Yes.
Oh, never mind. Dumbass, Jimmy. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's a good spot. I'm taking some risks today, and both puts were successful. One was barely successful, but the second one was nice. AMD getting new high. A little bit by a little. Meta hitting the 200 on the 5-minute SMA. We've got a double bottom, tweezer bottom on Nvidia. 187.90 if it pulls back, target to 200 SMA, or a head and shoulders breakout to a double top. Triple top counting the wick at 190.29 for Nvidia. And keep flipping back and forth to your watch list periodically. Don't forget about it. Everybody should have a watch list. If you're new to trading, no more than 10. And weed it out. If you're into cross-dressing, you could be looking at apparel. If you're into sports, you could be looking at Dick's Sporting Goods. If you like shopping on Amazon, that could be your permanent trader. We had a triple bottom, 3-day low here yesterday and called that out. 20-day 1 hour, you've had almost a 2-week Darvis box. On the 1 hour, we're trying to break the 100 EMA. Now, I want to tell you, DoorDash had good earnings, but I was kind of leery about they have a good forecast. The only thing that's going to get in their way is going to be Elon, but I think he's got bigger fish to fry. And the top dogs are kind of downgrading it, but I don't know if I would do that. I'd look for a good support. But, you know, forecast is a big thing when there's a lot of uncertainty going on. Zoom's had a 3-week Darvis box. That's a sideways channel. Verizon. Coca-Cola.
BBAI took off today. Florence can breathe now.
Yeah. I sent her a chart and a target. I got a...
Showed her that trend line last night that it touched.
Yeah. I got two target. I got a support target of 386 and a resistance to break at 482. And maybe sooner. It's got to break the 200, and that's just, you know, about 25 cents away on the 1 hour.
Yeah, 453.
Yep.
That's also going to be a heavy resistance because you have the
448. Yeah. I got 448. 450.
You have the 200 EMA stacked there too.
Stacked, yeah. I'd say even it out to 450.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. If it breaks above that,
yeah.
On screen because there ain't nothing left above it.
Maybe, yep. Yep.
If you break 460,
The only thing.
if you open a candle above 460, you're good.
Yeah, let me show you something here. You got this resistance line that goes all the way across just under 5. So that's why I put 482 in there.
Mm-hmm.
I still ain't got my lunch going yet. I'm enjoying trading today. I feel different. I don't know what it is. Kind of like a quiet slumber day. There's not much action. I can't wait for the sun to get out and start getting out there and getting some sun. Wonder what cold's doing today. KOLD. This was going to be a long for me. Come on. Cold is at the top of my resistance channel. I called out 2341 on code KOLD. Florence. UMG, I know there's one.
Damn. A lot of QQQ puts just came through. Like 2 million.
Ooh,
3 million.
that's a lot.
4 million.
That's a lot. What am I doing here?
God dang.
Randy. Inverse head and shoulders reversal. If that breaks, we go a lot higher. This is a summer trade. So I jumped in this thing when it was cold outside. Now look at it. Temperature 64 now. It was 10 degrees when I jumped in it. Oh, yeah. I agree with it. Our kids are stupid. There's a few good ones out there. When I was young, I wish I'd took a different path. But I didn't. till I got kicked out of high school, and I said, what?
Rotating out of defensive low-risk stocks today.
Yep, I agree with that.
Walmart and Procter Gamble are down big. Like those are safe haven stocks.
Yep.
They're putting risk on today.
It hit my support, my first one anyway. 126.63. I think I'll go in the kitchen and do that. I need to eat. I think that banana helped me out. I need to tell my little New York friend that I bashed the other day that start watching. Yeah, I don't think he took my idea on coin. But let's look at Mara again today. Yeah, we got possible reversal on Mara showing up. Got 2 dojis and 3 black crows on the weekly. So this gives me ideas, you know, that maybe look at other ones. Just the tightening up of the bodies of them candles, and which to me, this one here, the buyers are ahead, and definitely the buyers are in this one right now. So if you get like a big knife down to the bottom of this wick, I'm gonna set me alert just right above it. And get a double bottom off that wick. Make it 680.
Yeah, it's going to go wherever Bitcoin goes. Bitcoin is still rejecting the hourly 200 SMA.
Okay. Been a stubborn day. I'm going to pull up a linear chart.
I'm watching the flow today for the first time in a long time.
The what?
The flow, the data flow.
Oh, yeah.
There's a $1 million SBA clip. 5,800.
I was thinking here. A linear chart.
What do you guys in chat want me to stream? Do you want me to stream the chart? Do you want me to stream data flow? Like, what do y'all want to read? I pay for so many services.
Yeah.
I got the finance produced.
I'll leave it up to the room. I'll leave it up to the room. Who's third in charge? Magnificent? Magnificent is number 1. He's not here again today. So Mark, we'll put Mark in charge. Tell your wife tonight to make her own dinner. To join the man's club.
I haven't ever streamed Cheddar Flow. I'm gonna stream it.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
There you go. Now y'all can read flow along with me.
I'm going to raise mirror supports up. I just now saw this.
Oh, dang, what is that?
Hillary this weekend said she wants the war to go on between Ukraine and Russia. Everybody's trying to make peace. To stop the killing. One thing you don't want to do is get a woman in rage running things. It'd be the worst thing. Though I do want a female president, but not one that's a racist. Amazon. Amazon's wanting to crack the 200 on the 1 hour. There's a lot of places here that look like it wants to break. It's just been going sideways for such a long period here. 20 days. I don't see how you can't learn how to read a clock. I was cooking eggs on an iron skillet at the age of 3, making macaroni and cheese at 5. Doing my own laundry at 6. I wouldn't let my mom do my laundry. She always bleached everything. Damn. Just ruined a $5 shirt. Well, we're bouncing off support here. Whatever I have. Oh, I didn't see this until now. We got that higher low here, and look where we pulled back to. And we got a head and shoulders. So this is kind of bullish on the SPY, on the 2-minute. It's a major support level, let's put it that way. We're off the 63, double bottom. Got the bottom trend line going up. All we got to do is break the 9. Then it'll probably just be a 50-cent bounce. Big opportunity ahead of software. How to tell software stock winners from losers. Fed minutes ahead. U.S. arms sale to Taiwan in limbo amid pressure campaign from China.
Yeah, you like that new news spot I got you, don't you?
Yeah. Oh, is that? I was just reading it on here. Where's it at? Does it come public? Okay. I need to probably pay attention to that.
I tested the ones you had, so the ones you had were free.
Yep.
Late. So I signed us up for Financial Juice, the same one that Rob uses. It's a paid subscription, but I checked the timestamps on what you were getting and what we're getting now.
Yep.
The same news article came in 9 minutes earlier on our new one.
Oh God.
Mm-hmm.
I put a new thing down there called Jim's Shed.
Yeah, I saw it. But yeah, we only have one news channel now, but it's the one that I'm paying for that gives us the fastest updates.
Oh, I can't find the news.
It's right above main stock talk. It's called Newsfeed. Take a picture of it. Hang on.
Chart, room day alerts. There it is.
Oh, you found Newsfeed?
Yep. Suggested.
Yeah, add it to your important channels. Anything that you see in there that has that red dot on it,
Yep.
those are big news articles that you need to pay attention to.
Always clean. May I help you? Come on.
Hello?
Yeah, what's up? Man, you're a scammer, aren't you? You know, I was a scammer once. I went to this concert, and this girl was sitting next to me. I said, baby, if you take off your bra, I'll give you a joint. She said, yes. I'll catch you later. Oh, we're about ready to break support. Here we come, 687.47. If it don't hold the double bottom. Where are you tonight? The 688 puts. This is very important. Well, let me see. We might have a fallen wedge. No, we got a head and shoulders. Shit. This could be a reversal play to the upside. Yeah, this could be take them, put them on the other side. Or go both ways, straddle it. The 688s.
Win is getting a lot of freaking calls right now.
Yeah, spring. We got spring coming up. People.
That's $500,000 in calls that just came through. That's 135 strike.
WYNN, folks. They want to break that resistance, don't they?
Yeah, they're longer dated. They're August calls.
Got Head and Shoulders here. It's pretty hard to break.
Called sweeps, so they want it in fast. There's another $200,000 worth of the same day in the same strike. That's almost $1 million worth of August 130 calls.
August what?
August 130 strike. Actually, August 21st, 130 strike. Looks like they got filled for $7 or $7.50. Yeah, $7.50. Another $150,000 worth of the same strike, same expiration date.
Somebody loading up.
Somebody's buying the hell out
You
of wind.
got the 135s too with more contracts. August 1st, 21st.
That's why I've been seeing that flow all day. I've been seeing micron flow all day. I was wondering why. His nose ahead it now.
Nice breakout on that shoulder line on the calls on the SPY. Nailed it. That shoulder line, you see it? Left shoulder, head. Right shoulder, right shoulder, right shoulder. Fallen wedge. If you can count to 3, you can trade with me. Boom!
$2 million weekly MU 370 strike just came through. As soon as I posted that news article.
I'm gonna go out. I got a nice ribeye steak thawing out for tomorrow, my birthday, for lunch. I'll be 65. It'll be a big milestone in my life. I was told that I wouldn't live past 21 when I was younger. Yep. Jim, you got a brain tumor. and I had epilepsy. They just couldn't figure it out. That's right, brother. Meta's about ready to break. Higher low off the 200 with an ascending triangle breakout or pullback.
Another $150,000 in win calls.
Damn.
They are freaking loading the hell out of this thing.
Wonder if the CEO got stuck on Epstein Island and getting ready to retire.
I have no idea, but they're all the same date and the same strike. One-year bond sale is in 9 minutes also.
This looks pretty. I mean, really, Meta does. I wish I'd have. I mean, that support level's perfect. This is way undervalued, too. Descending triangle with a 1, 2, 3 at the top and a 1, 2 at the bottom. So that means we got a couple fat wicks here. I don't know where that come from, but if we touched it one more time and then come up and break out on number 4, it's almost set an alert right at the bottom of that triangle off the 200. Either one of them. 6 EMA. I'll do the EMA one. No.
I can't give you all that any earlier. That's the last 7 minutes. What is it? Yeah, that's 8 minutes. 120, 2, 3, 7, 5, 5, 7, almost $800,000 worth of the same call. It's a long swing, but somebody knows something you don't. They ain't loading up like that for no reason.
This is where.
You hear me about the bond sale?
About who?
The bond sale.
No.
20-year bond sale is at noon.
Nice breakout on. That's impressive. This is a perfect setup. So, chart patterns, moving averages, and being in the now. Being in the now, pow pow. Minutes, which ain't nothing. So we got a double bottom, left shoulder, head, right?
Oh, it's, hey, I don't mean to interrupt you, but 10, 11, 25, $30 million worth of SPX push just came through.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
We just had a big frickin' pop.
Yeah, I know.
30 million in puts on the SPX.
Yep. All within a couple of minutes, a couple of 8 seconds of each other.
Pay attention, Vegas. She's the money flow queen, so she's freaking out.
Yeah, I'm fixing to post a screenshot of what just came through.
This is what her and I kind of had differences on back when I was trading with her. Let's give it a shot and see if they work out. I won't buy that many. The prices, I was working on the SPY. These price puts and price, they've gone up a lot. No, they haven't. I must have been looking at the calls. Okay. The 6890s. $340. This is a risk trade.
There's some Fed speaker in 4 minutes as well. Oh, we got 3 minutes to roll over. What's this hourly candle look like? Almost a triple top.
I'm gonna walk away for a second. I'm in this trade. I got one contract at 340, the 6890 put. This is highly, I wouldn't take this on a, unless I had my calls ready. But I'm just gonna see if this works. I like to see it take a big fat knife and then reverse. Down to the 6896. Target would be right here. You got a megaphone. I just now noticed too. Meta trying to break the resistance. There's 370. Whoa!
Yeah, more puts coming in.
Yeah. Oh, God. Washboardjim, excuse me, always clean. May I help you? Come on, man. I can't. We're here, you're turning 65, and we want to congratulate you for getting on Social Security and Medicare. gotta go check out all my fishing holes this year as I build my cabin, my little shed. $380. I'm up $40. 50. 60. I think this here is the 100's pink.
They're paying above ask on QQQ puts right now.
The price target on wind to 150. Came out 720. Just August, adjust price target to Wynn Resorts to 135 from 150. Maintains a buy rating. So their target's not really much higher. Wynn Resorts and Chef's Table announced global partnership with culinary programming debuting this fall. That's good. Good news. Maintains outperform on win to 134. 135, 134. February U.S. earnings review after March 12th. Well, it's not working out too good now. You dog. Thing I should have looked at this before I jumped in that trade. The /ES. I think I'll grab another one. Let's see if this works. Two more 255. I have 3 contracts. And I'll be right back. I keep saying it, but I got to do this. I'm hungry. Oak. Oh, I got to check that email too.
There's another $300,000 worth of win. That's insane. Same put, same strike, same expiration. Still buying QQ puts that above the ask.
Come on down.
But
I'm green again now.
Bowman is speaking right now.
What's that?
Bowman is speaking right now.
Oh, good. Thank you, Bowman.
She just said that the jobs report was strange. Yeah.
So, what was I thinking here?
I love this little financial juice thing that I signed up for. I mean, I know it gives us fast news, but like I pointed out last night, I can just have the webpage open and he talks to me. Like, he just freaking reads me all the news, so I don't even have to look.
Oh, that's good.
It's so cool. Like, there's no delay. He read me the bond stuff like within 2 seconds of the bond going through.
When I was a child, my family would travel Western Kentucky where the parents were born.
ONDS is getting a lot of flow today too, like a lot of flow. Somebody's paying a lot of March 20th calls.
Yeah. I'm at another support here. Oh. My smoke detector went off in the middle of the night twice on me. Does that mean the battery's getting low?
So when it gets low, it just has that little audible beep.
Oh, this thing was a beep beep. Woke me up twice. Shit. I'm trying to sleep. Okay, I'll be back, but I should sell these now.
See if you break through that 2-minute cloud first. Only yes. I'm seeing spy butts. That cloud's the only thing holding us up.
Not on that one.
I'm the 2-minute on the yes. That's what I'm watching. We're breaking below it.
350, yay!
Now you might want to make a decision.
Three black crows in the middle of the night.
Oh, frick. There's another $1 million worth of ONDS. Holy crap. Those are the 12 strikes. For March 20th. So they're loading up March 20th. They're loading 10th and 12s.
I want 350.
That is a lot of premium for a $10 stock. I didn't want to buy it anyway. I wanted to buy it around 359.
I listen to these fat cats talk about the jobs report all the time. Why do you even talk about it? You can't trust them. There's 320. I'm about. Oh, there we go. I'm thinking this is where I need to get out. See if we hit the 200 or the 64. I mean 3 with the head and shoulders.
Well, see if we close below that cloud on the 2 minute. We broke through it. Now can we close below it? Or is it going to hold?
$340. You know, I'll sell this sucker in a knife. I'm on the 1 minute. I need to get out of the trade. I'll sell this sucker and it's going to knife and I'm going to be crying. And what the hell?
30 seconds until the 2 minute closes. But yeah, the cloud's holding right here.
$330. This is it. This is now or never.
We lost the cloud on the 2 minute.
Major support right here. Yes. I don't know how he does it, but he did it. And I got to eat, so I'm getting out of it. 340.
Do it, do it, do it.
Yep. Done deal.
I still see a lot of damn puts coming through. I don't see any spike offs. I see all spot puts, so I don't know if they're preloading it or what. Those are 0 DPEs right there. But the most of them are for 220, so what's that, Friday? There's a hell of a lot of puts being bought for Friday. Procter & Gamble is getting killed today.
Beautiful. Beautiful. I think I'm falling in love with Sammy. Yes, YouTube, Sammy. A woman. Spy reversal off the 63 on the 1 minute. That was a good time to get out. I got out perfect. There's just too much undecisiveness in these candles. You get that doji right after the snake, and then hammer, spinning top, hammer. These are like little hammers, but spinning top, hammer, hammer, and another doji. Dadgum, 260 to 310 right there. I could have got in a minute. If I'd have recognized that doji, I'd have jumped in it, but I didn't. I was counting them off. I was, dang. So here's a doji here. This is called a long leg doji, or dragonfly, but that's a doji. That's a doji, and that's a doji.
God, you do it. Well, that's an interesting order. I think somebody is taking a big ass shot on the Fed meetings dropping the market today. They just bought 10,000 SPY puts way out of money at $4 a piece. They're SPY puts. They're betting that something immense is going to happen because that's way the hell out of the money. So they bought 0 DTEs. They bought the 681 strike. They bought 10,000 of them. Basically, they're betting that SPY goes down $6-7 in the next 2.5 hours. And they put a $40,000 bet on it.
starting to get a little weaker.
Do you hear what I said just now?
We're going to know the destiny here any second.
Do you hear what I called out, Jim?
No.
Somebody just called 681 spot puts today. They bought $40,000 worth. They bought 10,000 contracts. Way out of money. They're expecting a huge drop this afternoon. I think somebody's trying to gamble on the Fed minutes.
He's 420 now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Beauty.
They're still loading spy puts, man. I told you, I've seen hardly any spy calls today. They're all spy puts. They're all for today, tomorrow, and Friday. Nobody thinks this son of a bitch is going to go higher before Friday. Post a screenshot. This is crazy. Look at this freaking flow.
Oh, there he goes. Nice. $460 now.
I thought you got at them.
Well, I mean, yeah, I did, but I'm just.
Still loading puts. Off for Friday.
Golly.
Still going. Still going. There's another million.
Fuck.
God dang, man. Oh, never mind. I see the knife now. That's why they're doing that. That's why you follow the flow. Now they're paying above for puts. I hope somebody caught that move. I've been seeing puts for an hour now. The whole damn screen is red. plus I'm streaming, so I mean, shit.
Yep.
Can't do anything else.
Three black crows.
I want to see what that person made. What did I say they bought? Today's 681s for $4. What are they at right now? Holy shit, they're up 30 grand.
Yep. We're reversing off three black crows here. We got a nice little candle set up.
They bought $40,000 worth of way out of the money books, and they're up 30 grand on that 40 grand. That is freaking insane.
Money talks.
And I'm talking about within 20 minutes of me putting in the order.
Yep. We're going to find it.
The 2-minute ES is making its way down to the 200 EMA, and then there's 200 SMA, and there's GWAP. I'll go ahead and load a call.
Double bottom.
I got the 6905 loaded, but I'm not gonna buy it just yet. Still see red on the screen.
You see it's 687.28. My alert for SPY.
They're still paying above as per the puts.
That last trade, I got in it and scalped it for $1.50. On the put, that's 3 puts today. I think it still go down more. The ES can come down here to and find strong support at 6.90120.
Mm-hmm. 200 SMA on the 2-minute.
Yep. Yeah. It's right above the VWAP, and that'll keep us bullish. So YouTubers, on the SPY, or /ES, where did I see them big? 1 minute. So you got 3 black crows, and we're consolidating off that. So you want to go back and see what that's holding up. Keep going back farther, and you got a triple bottom. This is flagpole of a megaphone, and it failed support. So it's a head and shoulders. So if you draw this price line or trend line to that, to the body of that right here, and if we don't hold that, we can drop down and touch the VWAP. But that's a solid support right there, triple bottom with almost a quad.
There's another way out of money for next Friday, but that's a huge one. 1.5 million on out of the money spot puts for next Friday.
Mm-hmm.
That's big.
I'm gonna go get my coffee. That's good. I haven't ate that soup in a week. Talk about sweet stuff. The amount of spice I put in there makes it so sweet, and it's no sugar added. Shop up $10. $9.49%. Coming down to a triple bottom, Head and Shoulders right now on SPY. We got a wedge, kinda, a sharp knife, sharp point, sharp. I would call this a pencil wedge. Nor. Czar, Dar, the 18th, the 687s, 10 of them at the double bottom here with a tight stop at 110. 687s. Nope. Better slow down, buddy. Dar. You get the best of me. Dar.
They're still coming through on Federflow, and you got Iran news I just posted.
Oh, Iran news? That's my cloud in the sky right now. The 687s. Ooh. Damn. I'll get out of these real fast. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah, they're still paying above for the puts. Like
Nar-
they're above ask on the puts still.
Narcissistic Jim. $97. I'm out.
Jesus Christ. Killing puts.
Yep. I was able to get out even on that one. I'll go under even. That should have held. That's a bullish flag right there, and it didn't hold. Triple bottom with a fallen wedge. On an average day, that should have, but we got, look at that. That would have probably reversed. But note, it's my hour where I don't really like to trade much is coming up. And we got Pow Pow.
Are you watching the Jetterflow feed right now?
No.
Oh my God, Jim.
Oh my God.
Every single freaking spy put is above ask.
Ooh. I gotta put this on my screen. I've been too stubborn. Okay, pop out. Oh God.
Now you see what I see.
If you ever divorce your wife, will you marry me?
Absolutely. Sleeping in a different bedroom.
Yeah, it's all right.
I don't like cuddles.
Best of me. Dar.
I mean, the 200 SMA held on the 2 minute on the S. So I'm saying it's going to keep holding him back. It stopped it. Can you imagine if you'd kept them 5 puts?
Fuck. A what? Was that the news feed?
Yeah, can you hear it through the headphones?
Yeah. Go ahead and keep it on. You sound like a Indian from India.
An Australian guy.
Oh, is he?
Or English or Australian, one of the two.
No soup for you.
But no, he's definitely English. Because when he was calling out the bonds, he was saying 2.46 instead of 2.46. You know how they do with the dots? They call them spots.
Yeah. Dar. Dem Democrats. Oh.
Yeah. There it goes. Just $700,000 call above.
Yeah, I can't see. I'll put this over here. Fuck. Jim. Okay. You're not being nice. Beautiful reversal back to resistance at the shoulder line. I think we can get 6,700 eventually on the AMD. What? Never mind. What am I doing here?
Bitcoin, freaking just, I had alerts all over the place. Bitcoin's dumping.
Can you imagine Bitcoin getting back to 15 grand? I'd buy 2 of them.
Where's my support? I have support marked out on it.
30 village support used to be around 32 to 38.
I have 49,325.
That could be, yeah, anything under 50 grand.
If you look at the daily, 49,325 is a change of character zone. It was resistance back in the end of 2024, and then it turned into support in August of 24.
Dang. These puts here that I got in last at 68.90s, or 960. The 6900s I got are at 1630.
Yeah, I still see puts coming through. We're about to retest VWAP.
That'd have been $4,500.
Yeah, your 5 puts would be worth the money right now.
Yeah. About 40 grand. I mean, 4 grand. 40.
Still pouring in. Nobody likes this press conference. I'm gonna tell you that right now.
Yep. And I assumed wrong. They probably don't like the fact that Powell's leaving. He ain't gonna butter their biscuits anymore. We got
to say that my thesis this morning was that we would pump and then they would dump it afternoon.
Yep, we got a triple bottom here. We might get a small reversal.
Watch VWAP on the ES. It's there. If it holds or breaks.
Yep, that's what I called to the VWAP. And we got a little more down, a little bit more, not much. Right about here. Okay. Now, look here, right at my support, 68.32.30. No, it ain't. Never mind. There it is. I'm going to see.
Swap ES to the 5-minute and look where your 200 SMA is. You're about to touch it. That's what I'm watching right now.
On the cloud?
So, yeah, I mean, you can use the cloud, but your 5-minute ES, look at where your 200 SMA is.
There's her boom outside. Well, he's got the right kind of voice. Very calm. A lot different than mine.
But you're still pouring in. Glad I got this damn scanner up and running.
Yeah, thank you. It's something new for me.
In the long run, it'll. God dang it! Hang on. Let me grab that.
Oh, that's AMD. God darn it. I'm looking at the wrong. That sucks.
Okay, I'm back. Oh, I got some calls rolling in. Okay.
It's not a bad idea. I have a little website where I just spit out the news when I retire.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, dude makes bank. I mean, it's like $25 a month, so it's not expensive. It's enough where a lot of people would buy it.
You get 1,000 followers listening to it out of billions of people. 25 times 1,000 is 25 grand a month.
Yeah, but you still got your server expenses and hosting expenses and stuff.
Yeah.
You got to pay for those news feeds that you're reading out.
I got a connection.
Are we done dropping yet?
I'm thinking we are, but if we hit the 1, 2, 3, very, very, very nice right here.
You're watching that 2-minute cloud on the ES.
Wombits, Tubus. Ooh. Where the hell you come from? Tibbets. And Freebie. With a hammer. Very good flesh out.
Costco just lost $13.
No. It was just up, wasn't it?
Down $12 on the day now. What happened to my baby? You don't mess with Costco like that. Got to play reversal in here.
Yep, they're getting some spy calls in now.
I'm talking about on Costco.
We got a little more to go. 99511. If it doesn't hold this stationary number of $1,000. See, remember when we talking yesterday about the even dollar, the 1,000, the 9, the 950? That could be like imaginary support. Had nothing to do with technical analysis or fundamentals. Just the fact that the number. Price target was adjusted to $1,000 from $890 by Rothschild. Ultra, that's one that I haven't. My God, this is way overbought.
Seconds for what?
Rollover.
What happened? 10 seconds. I know rollover, but there's something else because that was the news guy.
Something's going to happen in 10 seconds.
Oh, it's bad minutes.
Oh. We're at resistance here to break if it wants to break up higher. And it could be adjusted just a little bit up now that I see this body right here. So I'm going to take that body. It's running with that body. So I'll take this body and run it with this one here. And that's where we should hit. And reverse a little bit and retest. Almost to the T. It's that body right there. That wick. I'm going to go for a call here. The we got the 6900s at 250. And that's, yeah, SPX. They're 350, baby. Nope, don't do it. We're at the 100 on the SPY. And we're at the 63 on the 5-minute on the SPX. Did I say the SPY earlier?
Mm-hmm.
I meant, what the hell am I talking about? I have to stop out of this if this thing don't hold. I was up $100. 200. A rate increase? You got to be kidding me. These people are idiots. I mean, we were out of the mess during the Carter years in 2 years. These guys have been fucking with this for 4. You listen to the fat cats, they say the economy's slowing down. Why would you raise rates?
You hear what he said?
No.
Levitt ended the press conference, so at least all that's done with now.
Got to hold right here. I'm getting out of this thing. It has to hold right here. This is the right shoulder of the Head and Shoulders. Stop out. Got to hold right here. Nope. Ain't gonna do it.
Bitcoin's still getting wrecked, which means now they're rotating out of risk on stocks. I would expect Mara to be dropping there. Mara's holding while Bitcoin's dropping. So is Hood.
I added more at 190. 2 more. I got 4.
I'll bet he has VWAP hold.
Off this pattern. Off the head and shoulders.
Yeah.
Still got a wall to break.
Get in right here. I like this VWAP hold.
Okay.
I'll lose VWAP, I'll get back out.
No, I don't know. It's still tweezer bottom. Oh my God! See, I didn't look at the clock. I would have probably thought twice before I took this trade. Got to look at the clock when you take your trades and get in a habit. Yeah, I'm about to stop out on this. Double bottom coming up. Got 3 black crows. And 25. Let's see if this double bottom holds. This would be, oh gosh, 115.
Yeah, we lost people.
No. We do. No. Was a double bottom. Double bottom, baby. A double bottom. It's a double bottom. Oh, my coffee. Involved. I'm still in this thing. And I've got a pretty good average. Not good enough, but see if we break to the upside here. If not, I got to get out. Oh. No, okay. Well, stay in it. Give it just a little bit more. A 2 minute, we went below the 200. Hello, Ishan. Oh, shut up. Give us some good news. $140, baby. Now do it. No. We've got to have more. I just need a little more. So I'm going to show you something here, Funk. You know, it's kind of like playing the Darvis box or playing off of a support. When you break down below the support, you got 3 black crows with a tweezer top. Run it up to the cloud and get out. 3 black crows, run it up to the cloud and get out. 3 black crows, run it up to the cloud and get out. Play it under the cloud, just not over the cloud.
I like that.
There's 160. I can get out of his thing right now and be happy. Not gratified, but be happy. Like this one right here, you got 3 black crows, and each one of them had a hammer. Hammer, hammer, hammer. And an inverted hammer. That's on the 2 minute. Let me see what the 1 minute tells me. Yeah, I think I'd have called them reversal too. Although the 2 minute was a little bit cleaner. Now we're above the cloud on the 1 minute. So I'd stay in this trade. Oh yeah. God, more puts coming in.
Mm-hmm. Play your little game. Look what Daddy found.
Whoa. MA. I don't get reviewed. Yeah. Double bottom again. Gasoline, man, I was paying up to $4 under Biden.
Yeah, I don't like.
Don't like this?
I don't like that oil spiking.
Iran.
One reason why oil would spike. Yeah.
I wonder if oil would spike too because Venezuela kind of been selling oil to them and now kind of ain't doing it no more.
It could, but the fact that oil is spiking at the same time that investors are rolling out of risk-on assets like Bitcoin dumping.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I gotta get out of this thing. I can't lose this much. This takes a while about no yabba dabba doo.
No yabba dabba doo.
Not when I'm in a.
Yabba dabba doo.
Yeah. Magnificent gets an F.
I do have a little bit of support on the ES at 68.89. It's been a pivot point off pre-market. Matter of fact, it was the top of the first spike that we saw this morning. So there's 4 touches on that one.
All you had to do was buy puts. I did. I bought them 3 times. All I had to do was hold my puts. Some chick laughing at him. Oh, your wife?
Yeah.
Drop him. I'm here.
Drop him. He said he's here to drop me.
I'll take better care of you.
He's here to drop me.
The put.
Don't tempt her with a good time.
Oh, dang. I'm only down $600.
Jesus. I'm gonna try long if it touches that 68.89 level I want.
That's true.
Like I said, it's already changed directions 4 times when it touched that line between pre-market and the first spike today.
Well, we're still above that megaphone down track there, so holding it up. The resistance line. But if we go below that yellow line where my money is, I'm getting out. Take the loss. I'm too far down now to take a look.
You're going to get out as I get in. That sounds about right.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I still got 68, 32, 30 this week. I got that constant reminder looking up there at me. God. They don't care about the poor or the middle class. All they care about is the rich people. They, Mm-hmm.
Look at the foot's pouring in above ass. If MA is inputs, he's sitting pretty good right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it blew right past my line. Shit. I wasn't even looking. I was looking at another drawer. I was looking at the spy. Okay. Now that's going. I'm taking two right here. Right. It's on my damn line.
Yeah, you're at a pretty good pullback there where it should work.
We shall see.
I'm too far out of the money to add on here. So I'd have to go up to 68.85 or 68.90s.
Alright, I got 4 of these damn things now. Good. Yep, like that. Gotta go up and fill some of those fair value gaps that we left on the way down.
Yep.
Market don't like those.
Randy. Ringo. I'll be your huckleberry.
good money. All right.
That's how you do it. A plus trade. Oh, there you go again. You can't do that until I win. Two minutes produced a nice little hammer off that pullback.
Where's that damn bottom to this thing?
$68.55.
I got pretty good hourly support on ES at freaking 68.83.
I saw two black crows on the way to work today. I knew we were going to have a red day like this. That's why I was kind of going with puts after the run. And I wish all I did, if we had three, I'd have held them all.
Oh God, if you'd have held them five that we were talking about
Mm.
before you went eight, Jesus.
59.60. I mean 69.60s. No, they weren't the 60s. They were the 90s. 68.90 or whatever the hell. What were they? 68.90. Oh yeah. I'm so sorry. That'd been 10 grand.
Oh God.
Yep. Yes, sir. We're loud and clear. Double bottom higher low out of a snake. First actual snake right here, breakout, pull back, higher low, boom, to the 50, 68.81.53.
There you go.
SPX 6881.94. Do it. The 68.85s are at 40 cents now, 55. This is an exit idea, but I'm going to see if we can get up here. This is the prettiest reversal we've seen so far. Jim, will you draw it up for us, please? Yep, I'll do it. This is called a TTM chart. So when you're doing the squeeze, you start getting these green dots. And then you get this yellow turn here, and okay, that's my warning sign. Then you look at your chart, and you draw your chart out. So you take the body of that candle right there, run it with the body, this body right here. This is perfect. And then run that third line down. This is called a linear channel. So it breaks out, catches your attention. You wait for the pullback to the trend line. Then we got a double bottom high or low. So now as it pulls back, this is your chance to maybe get in. If you haven't took the trade yet. If it hits down here and holds, that's where you want to take the trade. That'd be a double bottom, be a double touch with a triple bottom out of the snake. You let out with 3 white soldiers with a tweezer top. It's a snake, breakout, pull back, boom. But now it's come back down again to retest. This is the last chance. And it is now 10 minutes to power hour. So this is the most volatile time of the day. Fat cats are threatening us with rate hikes. They want to screw Trump. Weaponizing the Fed. So let's go up to the 68.80s. I'm going to grab 2 of them. If I touch this line, and I'll take the chance and hold it, and my stop loss will be below the double bottom if it goes below this trend line. I'm about ready. The 68.80s right now. I want to keep this high or low with these 3 black crows. $2.80. You got 70. Gar.
Damn it. Throw my level in here so you can see what I'm looking at for. Double check me.
Yep. Strike 6880s. At 280.
Those two levels are hourly supports that I found.
Look at the chat from time to time. I am.
You're pushing your luck, little man.
I try calls. I do it.
Do it hard.
Because time and time again, Magnificent, I've proved the fundamental traders wrong. Now I'm about to get proved wrong if this doesn't hold here. Here comes the TTM, red dots.
I mean, we don't have a lot of news and we don't have a lot of buying on the freaking cheddar flow, so.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, God. How dare you?
Hey, woman, did you hear Jim say get your lazy ass up and go green?
Don't talk to your wife like that.
I talked to my wife first than that. And she throws shit, and I dodge it.
Wait till she hits you with an iron pan, iron skillet. Then you'll take everything back.
She'd have to find the kitchen to find the skillet.
I'm not laughing, honey. I'm going to prove Magnificent wrong here. You watch. Another 8 points lower.
I got 10 points lower on ES.
Oh, God. I do too. I got 20 points lower.
Well, I don't put a single point. I put a zone.
Did you hear that?
73 to 66 is my zone.
Well, I'm about to lose $200 here if this thing don't reverse.
I'll close. Ooh, I'll close. You just alerted me.
Okay, hello.
Oof, damn. Bitcoin's about to go under 66.
Somebody must have had some insider information about all them puts. God, here they come. Hood. I didn't even look at Hood today. That's on my buy.
It was holding while Bitcoin was dropping for a little while, and then it finally got pulled down with it. So was Mara.
Still above opening price. I mean, bottom today. Oh. Could you use a threaten yet with another A+. Oh, I'll have to write a song about that.
Y'all are getting the so in your news feed, y'all are getting the exact same things that this dude is reading 1 minute after he's reading them. So literally, y'all are as close to real time as you can get.
Oh boy.
What's going on now? BBAI. What the hell? Oh, yes. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're getting into oversold territory. My alarms are going off on the RSI. And we're coming to my level. 68, 73, 25. Damn!
They call them dumps, big, massive.
Yeah, they do. Shit. Everything's dumping right now. Hey, I'm gonna catch this rebound. That went right to my mind.
I've added on 2 here, so I don't want that. I've got a buck. I had 674.12 on the SPY.
I showed my levels a while ago, so.
I got 68.6209 I had on this /ES. Sometime this week. If not today. There, I'm looking good. 140.
My level was 50 cents off.
Whoa!
Y'all should kick me out of Discord.
Nope.
It's unacceptable.
Buffett's parting gift to Berkshire shareholders, a multi-million-dollar win from New York Times stock. Whatever that means. EPA plans on loosen, oh, that'll piss off the liberals. EPA plans on loosen mercury rules for coal plants. U.S. imposes visa restrictions on Iran officials as talks continue. I'm at 1 to 155. Jimmy looking better, magnificent. I accept your apologies. Oh, yeah. Oh, these are the different ones. Not the 125s. she just saw me there. I'm just so scared to hold now. $205, baby.
Jesus.
Now we're talking.
My 68.75s have gone from 225 to 480.
Yep. $1 to 280. I need to get out of these.
Yeah, we're hitting that resistance from earlier this morning where it started that first spike. This is where it ended.
We could continue though, but
You could, but this is where you hit resistance this morning.
yeah. 265, 270. It's getting a little volatile now. I want to hear a yabba dabba doo. Very good.
Thank you very much. That's really nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
So just a reminder, it wasn't on his roll call, but it's not physical.
Boom, shakalaka!
I'm the happiest man in the world. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, very good. Let's give Magnificent an A+. He doesn't get them very often. A plus A. You get a plus A.
Affirmative.
Not an A+. Oh, that was funk. I gave it to the wrong guy.
I mean, he steals the rest of my thunder, so why not?
Yeah, he does.
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff.
It is.
It didn't happen.
Puts. That's all it's telling you. It's the most wonderful time of the world.
Yeah, there's been so many puts loaded up for Friday. God.
That's probably just to cover themselves.
Let's just arrange this by expiration. Just look at the front. Might be a little bit more spread out than I thought.
CRM's held up well. We got PLTR at a double opening bottom. Interday.
Let's look at overall flow and see if anybody snuck in some big stuff late. freaking $4 million QQQ put for the 27th.
Damn. Oh, you're doing that. What the
$2
heck?
million, so that's $6 million in QQQ puts for the 27th. Yeah, see, I can just arrange it by XPXW if that's what I want.
It's the most wonderful time of the year.
I think we get more results. Let's try that.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How you doing today?
Very good.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm doing all right. I've been dealing with the wife. She had that cataract surgery.
Yes, sir.
And then that next morning she fainted 3 times. So I
Oh.
called an ambulance. And they messed with her blood pressure pill. I think that's what it is. So we'll see. I've been pretty busy.
Okay. Well, I was thinking, I prayed for your wife over the weekend at church.
Oh, well, thank you. Yeah, I'll tell you, this market ain't doing nothing. I look at it and I just, We have Spy today, went up there, tested the mid-band, bounced off, you're in a squeeze. What? Today's Wednesday, come Friday, you'll have a 1 month squeeze in futures and the very top half of it, yeah.
Yep.
This isn't my kind of game.
It's definitely mine.
Yeah.
Because I'm a knife catcher.
I don't, this is the, it comes out of this squeeze and goes into, it starts pushing vol out. That ain't gonna be your friend then.
Well, it's like, if you look at the weekly time frame, and we're sitting right now on the 21, and we bounced off the 21 once before. 21 EMA on the weekly.
Yep.
And that's been kind of a support, so that's got a holder. We will have a nice little pullback. But if we stay in that range,
Yeah, we do 2 different things. I just, I'm looking, I'm not sure what I'm looking at. I'm looking at this. Here's your big consolidation range and SPY, the bottom of it, the middle of it, the top of it. Just coming down, bounced off the middle, right to the middle band. Bounced off of that. Let's see if we can push through here, go up here. One of these times you're going to push out vol from this squeeze, and you're going to get a good run. But right now, this is just meh. Not too impressed.
yeah. All right. Now on the daily, we bounced off the 100 EMA 3 different times here in the last 3 months. So.
Yeah, I said that's the blue line right here.
Yeah.
Blue line. Yeah.
And
That's pretty key.
what bands are you using again? MACD?
This is Bollinger Bands.
Bollinger Bands.
The ones up top, the yellow, red, yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do an 18 period because a guy I knew back in the 80s, Ira Epstein, owns a brokerage firm in the Board of Trade building.
Yep.
He used 18s, and I've used them in futures ever since.
In the Bollinger Bands.
In the Bollinger Bands, yeah, 18 period. So this middle band is just 18 SMA. This is 2 standard deviations out, nothing fancy. But everybody uses 20. He uses 18s, and I've played with them both, and I've stuck with the 18. But
I'm gonna see how my Bollinger Band chart is. I used to trade with the Kettner channels too.
yeah, but that's what this squeeze is. The squeeze is 1.5 Kettner channels inside 2.0 Bollinger Bands.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just want to bring up my Bollinger chart, see if I can. It's been a long time since I've looked at it.
According to Wall Street Journal, the US has withdrawn all forces from Syria. Official says troops withdraw from remaining locations during the next 2 months. The withdrawal is not related to deployment of forces or potential strikes on the ground.
See, this is if you look at your chart right there.
Yep.
Okay. Hey, your chart. You see where you got that squeeze up there?
Yep.
Right
At the top. Yep.
Yeah. And then you push vol out and you roll the band down. Okay. That works.
Just follow it. Just follow that lower band.
Yep. Look at the one on your left.
Hey guys.
of that.
Yep.
What's going on?
Trump's taking stage.
Okay.
Right. But see, look at the one next to that. Right to the left of that. Go left. No. Bring it back out farther, like you had it. Get it too stretched up. Right. You see right there. It's in the overnight session. Right there. You pushed out valve, rolled it up. You go
Yep.
to the right of that. You see that squeeze.
Yep.
So it's a smaller squeeze right there. And then you pushed out valve. You rode it out to the downside a little bit. That's all. All the market does. Valve comes in, valve comes out. Valve comes in, valve comes out. That's one of the things I like to watch. Is that.
Well, I sure do appreciate that.
But take a look. Go back and take a look at that on a bunch of charts. You'll see that the valve comes in, valve comes out, and when you get those tight squeezes like that, which is a TTM squeeze, it'll ride the band in one direction.
Yep.
It's pretty.
Put it on the TTM squeeze chart. We also had a good volume spike at open.
I've never really followed volume that much. I'll use if I follow volume, it'll be on tick bars. Like for maybe in S&Ps we used to use